Thank you very much. Please remain standing as we administer the oath.
I, Saye-Taayor Adolphus Dolo, do solemnly swear that my testimony that I have come to give to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Liberia is the truth and nothing but the whole truth. So help me God.
Be seated.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Witness.
Good morning.
We want to welcome you very kindly to this session of the TRC public hearings
Thank you.
and tell you thanks very much for honoring our invitation to come and share some moments with us. Without doubt, I think you are aware that the TRC proceeded out of the Accra Peace Agreement. And this followed a very long period of civil conflict. And out of a desire to understand the conflict and lay the foundations for sustaining the current peace we have and promoting reconciliation and unity amongst ourselves, the TRC was opted as the way forward. We've been conducting the process over a little over 2 years and holding public hearings. And at this stage, we are inviting individuals and personalities who have at one point in time or another participated, who have peculiar knowledge of what has transpired and have information as well as perspectives to share with the Commission and the people of Liberia. You may choose to remain seated or you may use the podium at your left. On my left is Commissioner Gerald B. Coleman. Commissioner Coleman. And immediate at my right is Commissioner Dolope. Next to her is Commissioner Umusila. And then Commissioner Sheikh Kafuma Kane. Sitting next to Commissioner Sheikh Kafuma Kane is our international technical advisor, Sikana to the Commission. And I'm Jerome Verdier. We say welcome. All is yours.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I'd like to say I'm very happy that you've invited me to come. If my memory serves me right, about 7-8 months back, I had personally gone to the TRC to find out why the process was kind of slow. And there I had told the chairman of the commission that if it's this kind of slow and realizing that I had a role to play, I would like to come forward to, maybe help the process, hoping that other people who were involved with the fighting force might come forth. And he said, oh, well, we're happy to know that we will get back to you. So I'm really happy to be here. And to all of you in the audience and to those non-Liberians who are here and those who are not here, I'm really happy to be here. And I think the TRC is a good thing because there are three sides to every story: your side, my side, and the truth. And I think it's the truth that we've all come to be able to say to all of those who are listening to this program. My name is Saye-Taayor Adolphus Dolo. I come from Nimba. My father is deceased. My mother is alive. I started life very young. I went to the Saye-Taayor Elementary School, and while attending the Saye-Taayor Elementary School, I was also privileged to be taught upholstery, that is repairing chairs, There was a Lebanese guy called Sami Jabba who, after school, I had to go to his place to get some training. And I also went to the Catholic Camp School of Dancing. During my elementary years, there was this British lady who had this school that I had to go to after school as a way of keeping me busy. I briefly attended the Cathedral School at the time. It was called the Cathedral High School today. And after my dad passed away, we moved to Nimba, somewhere around 78. And I stayed in Nimba. I attended the St. Mary's High School. I left and went to attend the Dolo Memorial High School, a family school that we had. I graduated from the Dolo Memorial High School, but just about the time I was in 10th grade, because when I was like in 10th grade, I started to do trade between Liberia and Ivory Coast to kind of like sustain myself, because it was my mom and my aunt, in fact my mom and my uncle. So I was basically in trade selling watches. Weekend go Ivory Coast, buy watches and bring in and sell. So for business, I've been around that for a while. Immediately after high school, I got involved seriously in trading. There were a couple of us who graduated from high school at the same time. Some of my friends chose to immediately come to the university. But because I was doing very good with my business trade, I thought to keep my business trade. So sometime in, I think it was around 94 or so, my uncle had recommended me for a scholarship, and the president at the time, President Dolo, had asked Minister Bole to find this young man called Dolo so that I could go to Korea to study electronics. And but my trade was so good, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to trade what I was doing to immediately go to school. So I came to Monrovia around that period, and it kind of started fast, and later on I did not get the scholarship to go to Korea. So in between there, whatever resources that I had doing my business, it was not much to sustain the kind of business that I was doing. So I was considering in between there exactly what to do. And what I had left was around $5,000–6,000, and that was when I bought my first taxi. It was a pony car. I bought it at where we have now, Africa Motors, because I had to stay in Monrovia. So just around that time, I also took the University of Liberia entrance, and I made a pass and enrolled at the university. I've had this fun thing with music as a habit, so I got some musical gears where I did a special recording and sold it, and that's how I started to sustain myself along with the vehicle that I had. And I was kind of doing good in between there and the university. I worked for Mr. Wiles, who is now at the Liberian National Lottery as a DJ at his club. It used to be called the Rocks. So when I left from the Rocks back then, I started to start my own little bar somewhere just around the corner, Carey and Buchanan Street. And then when I started to pull a lot of crowd, there was a lady who used to do business in Liberia called Arlene George. She had a restaurant called Arlene Restaurant. So I partnership with her, and she ran a restaurant, and I rented the bar from her. That's where now you call Pepper Bush. I used to have a club there, In fact, it was on just before we had this problem with the war. While at the university, maybe around 87, I'm not sure, maybe if the chairman have a good memory, maybe he will help me. But somewhere around that time it was the year when Wogabi Tapia was a student, also president. I don't know, it was 87 or 88. Sorry. I just need that information. 87. Okay. Around that time, so somebody had told him that there was this young man who was in business and maybe he could help also. And he had approached me, and I was appointed chairman for Social Cultural Affairs Committee at the University of Liberia. There when my student activism really picked up. So in between time, we all had some problem with the government. Sometime, we get arrested, and next time, we are out. So these were some of my upbringing. And there was this time, I really don't remember, but we had some serious problem with the government at the time. So the Liberian Council of Churches that I work with very closely, and the Interfaith, we kind of collaborated on a lot of occasions. So we were invited to go to the Lutheran Church to hold a meeting with the Liberian Council of Churches on the crisis that had unfolded at the time. We were in this meeting when the police special task force van came in, and all of us got arrested. And when we came out, it was myself, Louis Brown, Senator Isaac Johnson, and a lot of our other colleagues. We got arrested and brought to the police station, and we were distributed around. And we went on to, prior to, the reason why, in fact, I cannot really talk a lot about 79, so because I wasn't too mature mentally to remember all of those things about 79. So that's why I'm starting from where I can better manage. So I graduated from the University of Liberia. I have a BSc in economics, and I have a BA in sociology, and I have some other training. Most of the time during the war years that I would go to, whenever I had a time, I always focus on my business. Sometime in 1990, the superintendent of Nimba County at that time, he was Jackson P. We've been hearing these rumors because normally we would leave Nimba and come to Monrovia and won't go back maybe after a year or so when we're in school. But when this whole thing about war started, this was not something that we really thought was really there. Because I had left Nimba, I think in 87, and I did not go back from 87 until the war year. So here I come and call a meeting at the Monrovia City Hall. But prior to his calling a meeting at the Monrovia City Hall, there were some headless people that was in the Daily Observer newspaper, and we were told that those people were people from Nimba. So it was myself, it was another man called George Wilmy, and another called Paul Blair. Paul Blair is now late. So we thought to see how we could get people from Nimba together to see if we can get them somewhere to get situated. So where we have now the Lone Star, where you have the head office of the Lone Star Communication Center, there used to be the head office of the UNDP. So we went and talked to the people there about what was happening to see if they could help us. And in the process, there were a lot of citizens that followed us. So when we got there, they said they were so afraid that they couldn't come out. So they were to stay. We had stayed there when Jackson Pay came and called this meeting, and he told us that indeed it is true that there is war going on in Nimba, and he thought to let us know, since indeed he was the superintendent, from Nimba. And at that meeting, he appointed me as head of what he called the Nimba Student Crisis Management Committee. And our responsibility was simple: to see how we could get the students that were fleeing the war from Nimba to enroll into school here, or to have like an after-school program. That was what we were supposed to do. So at that point, immediately after that meeting, I approached the YMCA to see if they could help to provide some facilities for us. Because back in the days, there was always this competition between Nimba, LOFA, academic competition. Everybody wanted to have, a lot of their people in school. So we wanted to make sure we were not left behind. But then we were so overwhelmed by the task at hand that people took that to mean that those people that were coming out of Nimba as displaced people who were supposed to find a place for them to stay. So we were trying to get people together. I remember we went to ADP, I remember there was a time, in fact, when I even went to Shika from my corner to ask him. I remember he used to live somewhere towards the market, some little street there. If it was possible for us to even use the Islamic school that is on I think it's Rana Street, that's Macklin Street, and all of these discussions were going on. When we got to know now that we were being followed by, the state security, we've been there sleeping off and on. Sometimes, like, there's a little church right around the corner here, right around Broad Street. It's an Episcopal, this Kimberly Church. Sometimes there was this nice reverend there who gave me shelter in that facility, and sometimes I would go to the Baptist church right here to get some Mayday prayer and get some assistance from this church. So it was, because, this was not something that we expected. This was not one of those things that, we thought was really happening as a student activist. So there was this day we were at the UN compound, and in the middle of the night, what's his name, George Wimmy had left to go to ELW where he was staying, and we just heard the outburst of guns, this little Corona Jeep, and all over the place, and everybody yelling and jumping, and I think I jumped over the fence and went around. There used to be this guy called Louis Watts. His father used to live somewhere behind there. That way I sought refuge. When I came back the next morning when the UN guys came, I think the guy who was the head of UNDP at the time was of Francis Blaine. I think I remember. I think that was the guy who was the head. So, we really didn't believe that, what really happened. We know we heard all of these things about war, because back in the days, like the day of the coup, I was so young to really remember what was unfolding. So they didn't know what to do. I think at about 1:30, 2 o'clock, Mr. Dole came, the former President Dole, he came at the UN compound and told us that he was really sorry for what happened, and those were not things that he ordered, and he was very sorry, and he told us that for our own security, it was good that we left the premises. So after he got through speaking, he asked for the person that was responsible for the people being there, and then I came forth and said, well, our brothers, where these people follow us, and we came here, and he said, well, it would be good for you people to leave. So then I told him that, well, we kind of very scared, because if we came to this UN place and this is what happened, we don't know where to go. And I remember he saying, well, it's better that you leave, because if you stay here and anything happens, you cannot hold us responsible. I remember that very well. So after he left, I was in a real predicament, because I was really so young, and all of these people, very older people, were like looking up to me to provide some direction. So at that point, I had sent somebody to the Liberian Council of Churches office. They used to be somewhere on St. or around the 12th Street area. At the time, one Levi Moulton was the president of the Liberian Council of Churches. So he came along with some members of the Liberian Council of Churches at the UNDP headquarters. And they were also very surprised at what had happened. They came and brought us some sandwiches with Kool-Aid. And they said, well, they didn't know what to do. So they asked me what I thought. And I said, well, the only thing could be maybe to go to the nearest church, and I think it was him, Bishop Kula, and somebody. So they had all of us in line, and we left the UNDP compound and came to the Methodist church. In fact, it was at the Methodist church that we had the first displays, what is now considered displays. It was where we had the first displays facility. So we came in at the church, and once people knew there were a lot of people at the church who had gathered there, then a lot of people began to come. The next day, I was able to meet one pastor, I think it was one Pastor Allison, who was just next door at the Lutheran church. And I think the Liberian Council of Churches has spoken with their bishop overnight, and they said they were going to allow us to use the Lutheran facilities, so that we had the Lutheran facility. There was a young man from Nimba who was called Dolo. He had called me and told me that the Japanese ambassador at the time had left the ambassador residence with him, and we could also have some people stay there. And that's somewhere behind the Sophie's ice cream place. So we were able to have some people stay there. That's how come we began to establish these little facilities. In 1990, I really never, and like every Liberian would know, we never really knew there was anything called NGO. I mean, the first time I really saw NGO was like in 1990. And like a lot of Liberians here would know, back in the days, Liberians didn't really crave to work for the UN, so we didn't really know that UN has so many branches and stuff like that. But then we saw a lot of people, coming in to help. There was like, the first group I think we saw was the MSF people. They said they came to help provide us sanitation and health facilities. Then there were so many that I can't remember. There was some Catholic organization. There was another group called Concern. So every time they came, we would meet and talk, and things started to get real fluid. And then other centers was established around St. Teresa Convent, the J.J. Roberts School. So there were several centers, and all of these centers had some heads. We've stayed in this facility. Things were not so bad, but they were not so good because we all had to sleep on the floor. And every time a lot of people would come, every day people would come, there were influx of people. So I don't have a good recollection, but we were there pretty okay. There were some cases of diarrhea here and there. But this unholy day of July, I think it was, July 26 have come and passed, and things were really getting tense. July 27, things were like getting real bad. Then on the, I think it was on the 28th, 29th, at about say 3 o'clock, I've just come from the Methodist compound and gone to the Lutheran church to sleep. But while I was crossing, I saw some looting going on by some soldiers, but then this other group had just come to where we have this Cinco shopping center, and that was when I went in, and we normally go in, stay a while, and in the evening say our prayers. But it was a lot that was in Cinco shopping center that they tried to get out of Cinco shopping center. So all of that bang started. Then later on, I think they came around the housing bank area. At about 8:45, 9 o'clock, the noise started getting closer. Adjacent Lutheran Church, they had several bars, and I remember this one, Harper's Lunch. So the noise started getting close to Harper's Lunch, and we really just thought it was just normal looting of things and stuff like that. So when they got to Harper's Lunch, we heard this bang and bang and bang. And later on, they moved into the next adjacent place, because you could tell by the sound as it got, closer. So actually at about, safely say 10 or a little past 10 o'clock, this noise came to the door. Somebody was like banging the door. And the way we had the place structured at the time, we had people who, we set up something like security. So one group is going to be on watch, then after that another group will come and watch. So when this guy came and banged the door, they kept on saying, open the door. They kept on knocking. Then somebody said, Adolphus, somebody knocking the door. Then somebody said, hey, don't call the man. I mean, we're in the middle of this thing. Don't call, no, he said, don't call the boy or something like that. So immediately after that, around that time, we just heard the door, coming down, and the next thing was just the outburst of guns here and there. And I don't remember anything until maybe about 6:37. I could tell the voice because it was not a black person. It was this lady, I think a Canadian, another tall Canadian fellow who lived further down. They were the first people that came in. When they got to the place, it was like, is anybody alive? Or is anybody alive? And in the middle of all of those chaos, I remember I had this big trench coat, and I was able to come in. It took me out, brought me outside, then took me across the road, and I still could not comprehend what had happened because I stayed on. But I remember there was all of this noise, and all of us in Liberia, we all remember we were not really used to all of this gun sound and whatever like that. So we went to the Methodist church, and when we got there, I remember the guy who used to be the keyboardist for the United Methodist Church, an elderly guy. He was there with his family, and he said, but Dolo, what are we going to do? But I couldn't imagine, because I still had on this trench coat that I came with. I was kind of like drenched in blood. And I'm saying to myself, but how is this guy not even concerned about what I'm going through? But his concern is like, what do we do? Then it also dawned on me that yes, why should I have this thing with me? I was actually responsible for them being there. So I went and got a little washer and told them, okay, let's go to USAID. Is that facility now that is being used, it's supposed to be used for the Office of Election Commission. So we had gone there. So when we went there, there was another Canadian. So we tried to explain to him what had happened. He said he already knew what had happened. So I said, well, could you ask the embassy to help us? And he said he made a call, but the embassy didn't have any program that would repatriate people from their own home country to somewhere else. But on our way going to the UC compound, I had stopped at the what is church? This it's not an inline church. This church after the Lutheran church. It's a Pentecostal church somewhere in there. There where Paul Blow was seeking refuge. So I had gone to him, his wife, and I think his 2 kids. He said, oh, Dolo, I can't let you go alone. I have to go with you. And among several regrets that I have, that's indeed one of the biggest regrets one of the biggest regrets that I have. So Paul Blair had gone with me to USAID. So when we got to USAID, and there were so many things that was crossing our mind. There were several vehicles. Now these people cannot help us. And the thing about this whole war at the time was that little did we know that there was an IMPFL or there was an NPFL. It was, a lot of Liberians that were around, most people who were in the Monrovia side, they couldn't tell. Because there were times you listen to the radio, they say, well, we're sending requests to this person in this area. So you just thought things were really, okay, and maybe it was only at your end. So I said, well, there are some embassies around here. Let me see if I can get to talk to somebody. So when I got out, I was going to the Polish, there used to be a Polish chargé somewhere around the avenue there. So when I was going, I met him. And he said he had heard about what happened. He was trying to figure out what to do. So the both of us came, and then he said we should go to the Lebanese embassy. Headed towards the Lebanese embassy, then I saw these soldiers from the other side of the road heading towards USAID. So he hurried me into the Lebanese embassy. So there where I stayed for a real good while, and I think this was early August. But again, I was there really not knowing what was happening in the outside world, and just about an hour or so, I could hear people singing, and the impression that I get was that they were made to sing, some song in favor of the government. And I'm told in the process, that's how Paul Blair, lost his life, and I never got to see him again. I know for a fact that the school that he graduated from in Canada, they were able through Equip to get to his wife and kids, and his wife and kids are now in Canada where they live. So basically this was my own experience with regards to the incident at the Lutheran church. But what I like to say to you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and you, the audience, and Liberians in the diaspora, that I did not go out of Liberia, out of the country, or to Libya to get trained. I was right here in Monrovia like any other young man, and the war came and met me here. I wasn't a wealthy person then. I'm not a wealthy person now. But like all of my school colleagues who are alive today, some of whom are here today, that I was not in a bad situation that I had to go out there to want to bring war to myself, also. Like I told you earlier, as early as as early as 1983 or 85, thereabout, when I came to do the scholarship thing, that was when I owned my first vehicle. I was so naive that the salesman at the time, I remember his license plate used to be, I thought, JWW or so, but he had told me the vehicle at the time was like, I think, $6,100 United States dollars for a brand new vehicle. And he had even proposed to me that, hey, rather than getting one vehicle, why not take two vehicles and deposit this money? I said, no, I don't want to owe anybody. I want to, to start off. So as young as I was, no wife, no children, I was able to get to that stage. Start my own business long before this whole thing about war. And like I told you earlier, where you have this pepper bush today, I had a club there, and a good portion of Liberians know I had a club there, and I was doing good. I don't smoke cigarette, I don't drink liquor, I don't do drugs, so I mean that was just okay, and I had no reason whatsoever to try to bring war on Liberia, onto myself. But again, bad things happen to people, and then sometimes you find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and have no explanation for why you are there. And I've been listening to people who came here before me, but before I go further, I like to say that considering this senseless war, which caused a lot of death, displaced a lot of people, destroy infrastructure. It just bothers me that other speakers who've come here earlier, have tried to treat this place as though is like a circus. It bothers me because for some of us, including my very self, who is able to present my own story to you today, for me and for a lot of us who come here, I think it's a privilege, because whatever story we come to say here that we all think is our story, there's that girl who actually knows the story, so that people have died and people come here, and even if you fought this war, whether with pen or guns, but to say that you have no remorse is beyond me. And I really, 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 really regret this war and everything that came with it. And I am very, very, very sorry for everything that ever came, with the war. And I will hope that us that will have the opportunity to maybe appear, before you, will, takes this serious, because it was really serious thing, that happened, rather than, maybe trying to live in denial. Because, like I said earlier, I am so happy to be here, because in Liberia, perception is a lot. People say things about people that they don't know from anywhere, they've never seen, and I can say for a fact that almost 98% of the people that I encounter from my days as a student activist and from my days of the war, they all stay alive. They are all still alive, and there's no way I can come here and try to pretend as though I'm saying the truth. I will have to say the truth, because they're all over the place and they know me the way they know me. So before I proceed further, I still again like to say to the Liberian people, to non-Liberians, to the commission, that I regret this whole war that was brought onto Liberia, and I am really, really sorry from the depth of my heart. And this is the reason why I am really willing to say the truth. And I didn't really bring a document like that, but everything that pertains to the war that I know about and everything I've said earlier, chances are that I might leave, one or two things out. And just in case I do, and there's something that that I don't know, I would like for you to ask me everything and anything that is from who I sleep with, who I don't sleep with, anything, everything that that I don't know after my statement. I would be, happy if you can ask me, because it's not really possible that, I can remember, all of these things. Like, as a young man, we always went to E.J. Raw building to do talent show. We were here when we were doing this Pan-African Plaza. We saw the Duca and several buildings, the SKD Sports Complex, that just got repaired. And all of us saw these things got destroyed right in our very eyes. And what about commission or omission? You come here and say you don't have a regret or you're not sorry? I mean, like I said, something have to be wrong, because look at how far back, this war, has sent us. And I don't think this is something that, anybody ever pray for. But going towards how I got involved with the war process. I had sought refuge at the Lebanese embassy for a little over 2 weeks after the Lutheran incident. But then I could tell from in there, it was just this 4-foot wall, but I could tell from in there that things outside was not really pretty. Because a lot of the Lebanese merchants who have supermarkets and things have brought their wares into the Lebanese embassy compound. And now this is around August. And about that time, the soldiers were sent from, what the story was, from what I saw, the special soldiers were sent to get some food, because all of those that were able to keep some stuff from the supermarket was all at the Lebanese embassy. They were able to keep some food in the place so they would come to, get supply. But then, as more people came in and out, I was like in this little corner, but I was like really, really very uncomfortable. And the Lebanese people themselves were getting a little uncomfortable, and I could tell. So because I was getting so uncomfortable, and they were also getting so uncomfortable, the space became smaller, because a lot of Lebanese that were living in Cinco started to move into the embassy. So sometime around mid-August, I don't know very well, I had gone to them to tell them, hey, I think you've done me well, and I think I'd like to be leaving. At the time, there was some cessation. I don't remember well, but those who were out will remember, but somewhere in August, there was some cessation. And then, prior to that, then there was this news that there was a Prince Johnson, but that there were two forces. We still didn't know at that moment, because every time there would send requests to put in Cinco, so you just thought things were normal. So when I told them I was leaving, the ambassador, whose name I can't remember now, but people are around that, the story, some Lebanese are around that can, just in case you need to talk to the ambassador, I can give you the name of the ambassador. It was him, and there was a guy. They used to be the owner of Ashi supermarket. A lot of people, they got together, excuse me, and I think they gave me like a little over $2,000 or $3,000. It was in US dollar. But what I couldn't understand was, though I was inside, but I'm sure there was nothing you could buy or whatever. Maybe it was like, see if you can use this to get yourself anywhere, or it's like maybe we're not going to see you again. But I mean, it was just because I really couldn't understand. They gave me that money, and I think they gave me like this extra corned beef. They gave me 2, and I took the risk one very early morning, and I navigated my way. It was the first time I've gotten outside since the Lutheran incident. There were bodies, and so somewhere there, I felt I was kind of different, because I had clothes and everything, with shoes and stuff like that. So it didn't add up. So I thought to take some of my clothes off, the money that I had, I put in my other clothes, and the shirt that I had, like put in the mud just to look, a little different. So I managed to go by way of Jalatan, and then I just kept on going. It was really, really, really quiet. So when I was coming down from the old Ministry of Internal Affairs, somewhere around Camp Johnson, were coming down. I saw people in uniform, but if there were two groups of people, I really couldn't tell the difference. And this is sometime around August. And somewhere that you could see it was something like a buffer or whatever. I passed through, but then when I got further beyond defense, it was a little different. It was a lot of people having food or selling things, or it was just a little different. So the first thing that I did was I walked and went to the embassy, to the U.S. embassy, and tried to speak to a friend. But when I got there, what I was told was that that friend was out of the country. So then I left further to go towards Waterside. But there, with all the money I had, I was still hungry, because everything I came across was really like butter, the box butter and things like that. So those were not things that you would eat when you were hungry. So when I got to Waterside, because I spent a good bit of my life in the military barracks. My father was a soldier. So he was always commanders in the various military barracks, and there where I grew up. So when I got across the bridge, there was always, they said, well, there were Gio people, the Manon people. So I'm like, well, that I come from Nimba, I would fit in easily. But I really didn't know any of the people that I met, and even the Gio that we speak is a little different. Like, Oman Kafma was from Nimba, the Gio different, the Manon different. So the Gio from this side is different from the one from the other side. So I was like, so when they told me that, they had this guy, Nimba Dolo, as one of their big guys. So I know Noah from the university when he had his own situation. So then they said the commander was Prince Johnson. I said, well, very good. If the commander is Prince Johnson and he came from the army, my father, I'm sure, trained him. So let me see if I can go to, see him. And I waited there for a while, and later I started to trek. I walked and went across the bridge, and every time I went, there was a lot of soldiers, fighter, whatever they were. So I went, and luckily I met Mr. Johnson around the Carway Junction. And indeed, I must say to all of us here that I'm grateful to some extent to Mr. Johnson, because he also helped to save my life. So when I met him, I went to him, and because I've given up. I didn't really care now what happened. I went and introduced myself to him that I am the son of the late Major D. Pius Dolo, and he said, oh, he started to sing a song that he said my father taught him while he was in the army. Now this was past going deep now into August. So he said, well, okay, can you drink? Take a drink. I said, no, Chief, I can't drink. I'm hungry. He said, well, we ain't got food here. You want to eat? Let's go to the base. I said, yes. I was really, really hungry. So when I got to Kawa, that was different from what I've ever seen, because I was used to being on a conventional military base, but everywhere there was guns here, and I was just really confused. So I went into his compound, and when I got into his compound, And the normal thing anybody would think is that when somebody bring you to their house, they might say, sit down and, the rest of it. But I got there as though I didn't even exist. And I really didn't see him. So I was in the yard and they told me to join the ladies to help them in the kitchen. So I got there, and his yard was like this compound that, you won't take a step without somebody asking you something. And I was just really different from, the people that I met. Some of them, it was like their first time coming to Monrovia, and, so I was just there like that. And it went on for a couple of days. So these guys would come and say, but why this man always doing among all the women here? What is he doing here? This man's supposed to be, over there fighting and stuff like that. And every time they came in, then they were always, so I was really uncomfortable. And they thought to show me weaponry in there. And I think because it was on August, I think it was around August 20th, when a group of guys were going towards Fender area. A lot of these guys who came couldn't drive, never saw a vehicle before, so a lot of the casualty was accident. So going towards there, they had a very serious accident with this truck, and there were a lot of wounded people. And then they took them, I think, to Island Clinic. Then there was a guy who was either ground commander or whatever. Then I think from the Dixville area, they said MPF was attacking, and they just came and said that they needed all the men to go, and that was exactly how I got involved with this IMPFL thing. And from my incident at the Lutheran Church and coming to the IMPFL base, I really never wanted to die. I really, really never wanted to die. And I would do anything to stay alive because there was just no way out. So I went into that fight, and I came back looking very, very confused, very stupid, because it was just a lot of noise, and it was like my real first experience. And when I came, they said I couldn't go back to Mr. Johnson's house. Instead, it was like a big compound, so I had to stay in one of the place they call barracks anyway. But meantime, this money that was given me from the embassy, I still had it with me. So there's this lady that I still remember. I went to her and said, hey, this is the money that I have, and I'd like for you to keep this money for me. So she took the money. So every time there was some fighting or so, they would pick me up and we would go. And I remember on August 24th, they said NPF was trying to overrun the Freeport area. So that was really my very first major battle, So we went out there, and we were able to contain the situation. And I think it was around that same time that the ECOMOG people were supposed to come. So now in the process, then some of these guys that I were with got to know that I was not like a regular, meaning that I knew how to read and write, and so we started to build a relation. And I remember just about the time ECOMOG had come, to the best of my knowledge, the first ever ECOMOG contingent that fired any bullet in Liberia was the Sierra Leonean. Just around, because prior to this, I used to live on a Capitol bypass, and we had come and they were attacking from the Stockton Creek Bridge. So I think there was just this low unit. They said that they were attaching to the IMPFL to go to hold that bridge. So we went there for a while, and then after that we came back. They had to go to their county, and then I went back to Mr. Johnson's base. And a couple of things. Like I said, I'm really happy to be here because sometimes what people think is not the reality. The longest I was with Mr. Johnson and the IMPFL was from August, September, October, late October. There was a group of ECOMOG troops that I was attached to called the 72 Airborne Battalion. Once ECOMOG got on the ground and they had deployed, their commander at the time was one Colonel Forteta. And if you check with ONMIL, they will tell you, and they should be able to tell you exactly when I left from Mr. Johnson. So, because, I mean, where I was not where I knew I was supposed to be. But I was just there because I tried to survive. So, when I knew I had to leave, I went to this lady, and she gave me like $1,500 of the money that I given her. Then I decided to come to town. There's a young Lebanese business person who's like in town today, who was able to give me some accommodation, and he provided me that accommodation. I think in now going to like late October, November, he gave me that accommodation. So I was at his place, and when ECOMOG was really settled, there was a little semblance of some normalcy. So people began to sell stuff. And the first thing I ventured into was selling sneakers. And like I still reference you to this 72 Airborne Battalion and the battalion, the 123 Artillery Battalion. They used to be based somewhere in Virginia. So I had a friend in who was with 72 Airborne Battalion called I think it was Lieutenant A.K. Adamu. So I used to take these sneakers, buy these sneakers, and then take it there, to sell. And gradually, I mean, I started doing good. And I can say, honestly, when it comes to business, I have a fairly good idea. So I started doing good, selling these sneakers. Then, when confidence began to build, the stores started to open. When the stores started to open, that's when he introduced me to this 123 Artillery Battalion 123. They were in a Virginia area, but now they now had a buffer with the MPFL. So the MPFL guys would come to the buffer and they would interact. So they said, these are your, so I went there this time and they said, but these are your brothers, and they spoke Gio and I spoke Gio, and we chatted a little bit. So we started talking to one another. Then they would bring coal because they were not allowed to come on this side. They would bring like charcoal, and charcoal was in demand in Monrovia. So I would get a charcoal for them and then, come and do trade. So gradually, there was this looting thing, people breaking into stores around here. So this idea of organizing this private security or so, came about. So in early November, I started my security outfit that is now known as North Star. besides right security service, there's no security service, there's no current security service that operates in Liberia that is older than the firm that I started. So just about that time, I started providing some minimum security. I had some ex-police officer who come to like work with me to set up this outfit. Around the same time, I also took a place on Gurley Street from one Mr. Butler. Now it's called the fast food place. I had a nightclub right up there. So basically, that's how early I started, and gradually, I was doing I was getting there. I think like in 91, when the club was like doing good, I left and went to the States to get some stuff for my club. I went to the States in 91 and came back, and things were okay. Sometime around 91, I got a contract with the electric company, LEC, and that contract was paying me about, I think it was around 218,000 Liberian dollars a year, and 33,000 US dollars a year. And that was around the end of 91, or so. So I didn't really have the need to try to like destroy what I was already doing. Then I also had another contract with the Catholic diocese in Monrovia. I was given a contract to provide security for almost all of the Catholic diocese in Monroe, almost all of their facilities, from Don Bosco to the head office and all of their facilities. And that was, a very good job. And even as I speak to you, the Liberian Electricity Corporation is indebted to me to the tune of 230,000 Liberian dollars and a little over 17,000 US dollar. But whenever there was a semblance of peace, I was always sticking to my business, because that's basically what I knew. And those who knew me then and still know me now, that is what I really know, and that's there where my strength was. I was sometime in late 92, just prior to when this octopus came out. So I had done my security patrol that night, and in fact, by this time now, I have moved to Gardnersville. Was this bullet? Not Kesali Bullet. I moved to Gardnersville, where they were doing this. The old man was Mr. Dayu. He had a house there. Just when you pass by the bridge, when you pass by the Stockton Creek Bridge, where they got a new pin factory somewhere around there, I moved there where I was staying. Now, I've done this security patrol. Then I came, there was one supermarket called Dibani Supermarket somewhere on a Benson Street. I stopped there and did some shopping. I came here around Sheila Cinema. I met some friends and I started to speak to them. And while talking, there was some guys who came. I remember one of the young men, they call him Jimmy Carter. He's still, I think, in the police or so. He came and said that they had come to arrest me. And I said, why is that? He said, well, you are needed at defense. I said, but when I was fighting, I used to be with the IMPFL, and I'm not with them anymore, and I'm here, and I mean, I don't work for I don't work for the Ministry of Defense. So if somebody want to see me, I would rather go to the police or maybe to NSA. So, well, let's go to NSA. So we went to NSA. When we got to NSA, there was really nobody. But I used to have a friend, I think he's late now, one Jensen Wulewu. The both of us were studying economics together. And we used to go to his brother's place somewhere in Painesville to study. And his brother was called Big Boy, a very big, heavy-set guy. So when we got there, I saw Big Boy. So when I saw him, I was kind of happy. But what he said later on did not make me happy. I heard him say, well, look, let's blow this man off here and we say that the rebels did not came. And I had no idea what he was talking about. So they took me and brought me to the Ministry of Defense. I came to the Ministry of Defense, and the irony was that there was a guy who was working with the Defense Intelligence Service who I had employed earlier as my chief of security. He was called Kati. So I was like, but man, what's going on? And I mean, he couldn't say anything. So it was him and the guy who's now the current head of NBI. He was also with this guy. So they took me, undressed me, and took me to the post docket. But I really didn't know why I was there and how I got there. So it would seem to me that people started to make calls. And when they started to make calls, the next day, I was taken out of the post docket and brought to the Ministry of Defense. So there I met the late Minister of Defense, Kesali, who said, oh, Mr. Dolo, this is you? I said, yeah. I said, but why here people say you causing problem around here? I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. So he said, okay, well, you can go. So they took me, then I went to the Deputy Minister of Defense for Operations, who was at the time the current Minister of Defense, Mr. Brandon Samoka. And what I heard him say was, look, man, something happened, we try to give you some protection, but okay now, you can leave. But I was really, really, really nervous. I was so nervous because that was not something, that I've thought about. So I went to the FCIB then, the FCIB bank, and I got whatever letter I could get out of the bank. I got out they got me in the morning, I went and got whatever letter I could get. The next day I was on a plane. I left from here and went to the States. That was one of the protracted period that I spent out of here. I was in the States when there was all these several presidents that it has, the several interim government. I was not in Liberia when Mr. Taylor and when Mr. Taylor came to Monrovia. I was not in Liberia when they had the interim government arrangement. I was never in Liberia. I had planned to come to Liberia around 96 when I knew for a fact that all of the big warring faction heads, were in Monrovia. So I came to Monrovia sometime around 96. When I came, ECOMO was like all over the place, and I think I was here about 2 or so weeks when this April 6th thing came about. I used to, and while I was away, my security outfit was still functioning. There was this landline. I was in touch with them. So I just came to start my business. When I came back, I was still trying to do my club and still trying to do my business, just to live a normal life like any other person. So this day, I'm leaving my house from Gardnersville, and when I got on the road, because I knew that Ulimo was predominantly Mandingo, and the MPFL was predominantly Mana and Gio and other tribes combined. So when I got on the road, from what I got to know later, that the April 12, the April 16 has started from around Cinco. So I was in Gardnersville, and like all of those years out of here, I couldn't hear the gun sound around the Gardnersville area. So when I came out, driving myself and a guy called Dolo Mike, who used to be with the police, the both of us, he used to be like an aide to me, the both of us were stopped right there. And I saw all these guys, come around, with guns. And the first question they asked me was, who you with? And I said, I'm with you. They said, then let's go. So when I asked Dolo Mike to come, they said he couldn't come with me. But, like I said, I'm from Nimba. I understand a good bit of Mandingo, and I understand a good bit of Mano well. But what I couldn't comprehend at that moment was, at what point did the MPFL and the Ulimo people, come together, because the both of them, came in, as one group. So I'm like, okay, well, we'll go. Hoping that, and really naively hoping that, if I got to the Stockton Creek checkpoint, I would have seen the unmailed people, the Echo Mark people. When I got there, I didn't see them. So we bear going towards town, and where they have the current unmailed checkpoint, they also had an Echo Mark checkpoint there. So when I got there, there was no Echo Mark. So we got there and said, well, this man, how you call it, no Monrovia, he was with, how you call it, Prince Johnson, so this man will be responsible to show us the way. And like I said, I was here like 92, I left from here, I come back that time, 96, and I was just so confused. I just couldn't imagine that this was, unfolding right before my very eyes. So we went towards town. The chief of staff at the time for Ulimo at the time was he's dead now. His name starts with a D, but I will come to the name later. Dumuya, that was his name. So we had, but he was a little articulate. So we've gone to town, and they said, well, my responsibility was going to be from Center Street, where they used to have this Monrovia bakery. And I was like, saying to myself, I didn't tell them that this is Monrovia bakery, this is the barracks. That's how, but I went there. It was mixed group, people from the Ulimo side and people from the MPFL side. They all merged, and I think because maybe this guy, like I was introduced to him, that I knew Monrovia and I could speak a little bit of English, so he told me that I was going to be responsible for that. So I've stayed there like 1, 2, 3, 4 days, and the days kind of like go into weeks. So this day, Dumuya comes to me and say, look, I'm happy about what you're doing, and I'm impressed. I gave you a handheld. In case of anything, get in contact with me. I said, yes, sir. So he said, but what code, do we come up with? I said, well, you tell me. He said, what's your favorite food? And I said, peanut butter. That's how this whole thing about peanut butter came about. So that was the code that, came about. It's actually a radio code. That's not my name. So whenever he had to send instruction, he would call, because my area was like just the front line towards the Mama Point enclave. So I kind of knew him a little bit, and from my own little experience with him, I think he was an okay person. So I think about a day or two, I don't know what it was, either they were supposed to go to the barracks for something, or something happened, but in the process, he got killed. And when he got killed, I think Ulimo came up with another chief of staff. But then what always happened was that the people of MPFL thought I was from the Ulimo side, while the people from the Ulimo side thought I came from the MPFL side. And this is how it happened. Whenever there was a situation, they would call me, and let's just assume a General Peter has some problem with somebody. The guys from Ulimo will call me and say, do you know a General Peter who have done this and the rest of it? I'm like, no, sir, I don't know General Peter. They said, but he's from MPFL. I said, but I'm not from MPFL. Then when there was a situation with maybe a General Keita or so, or Officer Keita, then the MPFL people would call me, do you know Officer Keita, he did so and so thing? I said, no, I don't know him. They said, but he's from Ulimo. I said, no, but I'm not from Ulimo. So this thing dragged on into a week, and later after a week, then, what's his name, Mr. Alhaji Kroma had come to Vita. So he said he had wanted to see this Commander Peanut Butter that is holding that front line. So I was sent for. I went right away on Mail has a checkpoint, and there used to be an Ecomo checkpoint. I met him, and he said that, young man, you're doing well, and you know, we're happy about what you're doing. Thank you. He had this 4-star thing on his head. So I think he gave me like, I think 300 or 400 United States dollars, new notes. And I said, thank you, sir. And later on, I gave it to the guys that were there. And I said, well, he don't know what's going through my mind. If there's a way that I could just get out of here, that's all I'm thinking, you know, and, you know, you can. So we had a brief interaction. So I left. Now, after I left, there was a little cessation. Then Mr. Taylor sent for me. He had his name Peanut Butter. It was the first time that I've ever saw him. That was in '96. I went to where he stayed now, where they have the Chinese embassy. So when I went there, I saw him with his 5-star. That's how come I made a connection between him and what's his name? Between him and Mr. Kroma. Because Kroma had a 4-star, he had a 5-star. So I knew they were collaborating. And he said, young man, I hear a lot about you. You know, you doing well, and, you know, keep it up. That's what he said, and I left. So when I came back to Mama Point, then there was a lot of reinforcement from the MPFL side, the Ulimo side. I came to hold that front line because the front line started like getting really tense. So basically, I was there for a while, and then I noticed that the other guys that came, apparently it was just their first time coming. And Mama Point area was supposed to be like our era that we were responsible for. Then there was always be a lot of breaking of houses, you know, and taking things, and I was very uncomfortable. So this day I went to Mr. Taylor, and I explained to him that, well, everything was kind of quiet here until this other group came in. And now what these guys are doing, I mean, I don't think, you know, this is something that, you know, I, you know, want to be a part of. And actually it was the first time that I ever saw a Dr. Brisbane. He was right in there when I tried to tell Mr. Taylor what, you know, has happened. So, you know, he called me and he said, so young man, what's your name? And I called my name. He said, you're kind of different. I said, how is that? He said, well, I mean, we don't really have commanders, you know, coming, you know, to make this kind of complaint. I said, well, anyway, this is me. I'm already in front. There's other two things. How do you know survive? You know, I died. So Mr. Taylor, from what I saw, did not take kindly to what had happened. So he sent for this guy and tried to tell him that this is Monrovia, this is not in the bush, but he left. Unfortunately, this guy who was the commander of that group also got killed, I think like the next day, somewhere around the Greystone area. So immediately after the war, I think it took like 3 or so weeks or 4 weeks, but immediately after the war, I was so terrified, I left and went to the States. But what happened then was that I had already shipped my stuff because I was moving back to Liberia. So when I went back to the States, I was there for a little bit, a month or so, and I couldn't start all over again. So I'm like, well, come to think about it, I have seen Mr. Taylor, I have seen Mr. Krumah, and I don't think I have any problem, with the both of them. So let me go back. That's how I came back to Liberia, and then started my business. In fact, follow through on my business. I was here till the elections, and I think after the elections, I traveled and went back to the States. And I was always in and out, maybe 2 months here, 3 months there, 2 months here, 3 months there. And when this war or so started off in Lofa, and that I went to join an IMPFL or an NPFL was never the situation. That I fought alongside them, yes, I did, but and it was just to stay alive. It was not like this was something that I took as a career, or that this is what I would do or whatever. I mean, all of us become victim of circumstances. I'm not going to sit here and try to blame anybody for what I went through or whatever. I mean, in life, there are choices, and the choices that people make, they live with it. But sometimes the choices are so minimum, and you don't even choose it. It end up, choosing you. And basically, that was like my active involvement with the MPFL at the time. So after the election, things were normal. But what has to be made clear here to you, Mr. Chairman, member of the Commissioner, and the public here is that, more especially war situation, once you are associated with a war situation or with a warring group or whatever, whenever there's a situation, you will always be called upon. No matter, I mean, that's just how, that's just a fact that, so you might find people in it. It's not like they chose to be there or whatever, but that's just what it was. So when the elections came about, and I still had to complete my second degree at the university. So from business, I go to school and try to finish up my second degree. And I would travel, and come back. Then this time when I came, there was this situation that was intensifying in Lofa. So Mr. Taylor had sent for me. So I went to him, and he said, man, we have some situation in Lofa, and I don't think I'm getting the actual picture. I need you, to go there and, find out exactly what is happening and give me the true picture. But it was impossible to say no. I mean, saying no would mean like you against us, or you have a choice, go and, don't come back. So I went out there, and actually the first time I went to Lofa, I think it was somewhere in Kolahon. That was the first place that I went. But what I was told was that the problem was actually in Vanyama, and I stayed in Kolahon like 2-3 days, and they could not get me to Vanyama, so we came back to Monrovia. So when we came back to Monrovia, I told him, well, I could only go as far as Kolahon, so I was not able to see what's happening in there. Then I think a month or so after, decided we go back. So this time they took me on the other side of Lofa, I think around this airport called Tenembu or whatever. So I got in, what I thought my impression was, or what I saw, I, came and, told him. So the truth of the matter is that, like, every time he sent for me, I have to go through the normal formality, like go and wait. And so the last time when he sent for me, he told me that I was going to be attached to the Special Security Service. So in that case, I will have access, to him, when I have to see him. So basically, whenever there was a security situation, he would call me and ask me, from time to time. So I, would tell him what I think, and sometime I will go to the actual area and, be there for a while, and also while I'm there, also try to keep myself alive. And keep myself alive would mean that maybe like get a unit from whoever the commander there, will be, to like give me some unit to provide me some security details. So it went on, off and on, because like I said earlier, every time I'm in Liberia or I'm out of Liberia. Now, to the last war that just ended, I wasn't really in Liberia when that war started. There used to be a commander who was responsible for the Lofa, and he was the chief of staff at that end. And sometime he died. At the time when he died, the how they call it, lure, whatever it is, they've just like captured Banga, and they were headed to Nimba. And I was in a state following this thing. But just prior to that time, I remember there was an incident where somewhere in Lofa called Popala home, around that area, there was an incident there where Mr. Tiller wanted to know exactly what was happening in that area, because this fighting was staying so long and he needed to know what was happening there. So I had gone there, and I was given a small team to escort me. So when we went there, I was there for about 2 or 3 weeks, and really there was no food in the area. The only food they had there was peanuts. So I remember a lot of civilians that came from the Popular Home area. So the guys that were on the line said, these people were the civilians that came. So we said, okay, let them go to a VAR home. So they left, and my understanding was that they were supposed to go to VAR home with one of the guys that were attached to me. So past Popular Home, that's another place, I don't know, Kamata home or one of the home. So the next day, I was coming back to Monrovia. So when I came, the boy that I had sent, who was attached to me, that I had sent to bring these people in that area, I came and saw him there. So then I saw this guy, Zigzag Maza. So when I saw him there, I'm like, what are you doing here? I thought you guys were supposed to go to Vahon. He said, well, the chief stayed that the people should stay here. I said, why is that? But it was me and I think 4 or 6 escort. So I called and said, why you want these people to stay? He said, but the people home, they should be here. But something wasn't just right. But the thing is, I'm like coming with 4 or 5 escort, and he had all these people. Something wasn't just right. So I left, and I came to Monrovia. When I came, I was told that Mr. Tiller was in Arlington. So I went to Arlington. I told him what I have seen, and I explained to him that this guy, Zigzag Mazar, there were some people that were supposed to come to Vahu, but the escort that I sent with people, I saw the escort, and I didn't see the people, but he claimed that that's the people's home, and I don't think that's how it should be. If I have an instruction from you, because that's how it works. When you have an instruction from the presidency, because at the time, again, it was not the MPFL, it was the government of Liberia. So if a president sends somebody, that person, I think, is a direct emissary of the president. So when you give an instruction, people should be able to follow that instruction. And I told him that. He said, "You sure this is what happened?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Okay, I will send for the man." So first he called Benjamin and told him that, Benjamin Yete, and told him that this is what Peanut Butter says happened. Can you have this guy come here? So this guy was sent for, and I'm not sure if he was sent back there or so, but that was just what I remember that incident. So then when this guy had died, I was saying that why this last war that we had, I wasn't in Liberia, I was in the States and seeing this thing on the TV. And I remember I think it was the Ivorian foreign minister who came on, I think it was CNN, to say that Liberians were going into Ivory Coast. And every time I called people here, I was told that that really wasn't the case. So I came to Liberia, and when I came to Liberia, Lord had already taken a banga, and they were like going towards Nimba. And Mr. Taylor did not ask me. I remember I went to him because we've had some discussion where he had told me that I expressed interest to him that I wanted to do my MBA, and I wanted like some sponsorship, from the government, if I could. But I also remember prior to that time, it was just about the time when Joe Tate had a plane crash. I have just again come from the States when he called me and told me that there was this tragedy, because that was the last time we had this school discussion. There was this tragedy, Joe Tate had died, and if I would want to be a chief of police, so. And we sat and had a very frank discussion. I told him that, I didn't want to go that route. I still wanted to, stick to my plans to, go to school. And I was really, okay with that decision, that I made. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, why you didn't take it?" But that was really my own decision. But at this point in time, when I knew for a fact that Lair was headed towards Nimba, and the guy who was the chief of staff in Lofa had died while they were on their way towards Banga, I went to Mr. Taylor and asked him that, I wanted to, go to Nimba to fight. And he was like, "Did you say that?" I said, "Yes, sir. That's what I want to do. That is my home." So he said, "Well, if you say so." So, because that position was normally held for chief of staffs, because, it was MBF was a well-organized outfit, so meaning that they had several chief of staff for different things, so you couldn't just come in and be it, or, it was like a structure that was already there. This was the chief of staff for this, and this was the chief of staff. That it was a structure. So I chose that I wanted to be a part of what is happening, or what was going to happen in Nimba, because I knew this whole thing was about Nimba. So, because I remember when I was leaving from the States coming, I had some discussion with my friend Lee and the other guys, and said, this thing I know is going to end up in Nimba, so I'm going. They thought it was a crazy or stupid decision or whatever, but I felt very strong about it. When I came, Mr. Taylor said, "Okay, well, you can go." So I left, and when I got there, Lur had reached around Todi Junction. No, not Todi, what is it called? Nama Junction. And I think one of the reasons why they were able to go to Nimba, because first thing, this last war would have been the first and only time I ever fought in Nimba. So they started to put a lot of trees, a lot of obstacles on the road, saw all of these rubber trees, so it made it difficult for us to get to Nimba. So when we got after this town called Kpeng, they had this very big log on the road. So now walking from Kpeng to Ganta was a long distance. By the time we got to Ganta, I mean, it was just so tiring. We got around Ganta about, say, 6:37. But the vehicle that was escorting us with ammunition could not cross. It was behind, so we couldn't do nothing. But when we got to Nimba, I mean, there were so many volunteers, so many people, because we were on this side, from the Monrovia side, because the people that have organized themselves, the Monrovia Highway, the San Nicolas Highway, and the Bound Highway, I mean, they were just so, you know, like, ready, you know, to die for their home or whatever. So we stayed very late, and we were able to get the ammunition to us that night, because I think Ganta fell like I think it was the 29th of March. So when the ammunition came, I mean, I was really so hurried about, you know, just the fact that fighting, you know, in him, I was just really, I mean, I could do anything at that moment without even thinking anything. But then, the first time I had gone to fight, in less than 15 minutes, I got shot on my right leg, and I couldn't, you know, continue the fight. So I managed to pull myself, came to Monrovia, spent a good bit of time in the hospital. But I was really eager, you know, to go back. So I kind of healed maybe like in a month or so. I was not properly healed, and I went back to Nimba. And as God would have it, we were able to get Ganta back, but at a very high cost. Because the reality was that when we like kind of got Ganta back, Lerna would go into Guinea, and then we'll begin to launch this 82, and I think to some extent 102 mortars from inside Guinea. So it went on for a while, and there were times when I was really tempted, you know, to ask, because as at that point now, I was responsible now for, how you call it, coordinating the effort in Ganta. So as at that point, I was so constrained to like go, but then we didn't even have enough, you know, men, you know, to hold our own ground. So when it got to the point, because from Ganta to Guinea in the border would be like from where I'm sitting to the church right there. So if you were firing from this side, it would definitely go into the Guinean side. So I think when the Guineans knew that Lur could not come back again, so the other told them, don't come back, don't cross the border. So what I did was, just before the bridge that crossed into Guinea, we dug a very big obstacle there, which was about 8 feet by, say, 8 feet by 20 feet, just at the mouth of the bridge, just so that whenever the vehicle came from Guinea, it wouldn't be able to cross. Instead, maybe we would just go into the ditch. So after we had our obstacle, they were not able to come into Guinea. But what is also important for you, the chairman, members of the TRC, and the listening audience to also know is that sometimes perception are not the truth. And if you went back to Nimba today, past leaders who've been there before today, like chiefs, superintendents, or district superintendents, they will all tell you that I don't know Nimba like people think I know Nimba. Then, the part of Nimba that I know, that everybody can tell you that I know, is Sanikole. That's my home. I was born in Ganta Hospital. My grandmother came from Ganta, but where I live, like I said, I spent all of the time in the military barracks with my dad. And if you even met the city mayors of our various cities today, the first time in their life they ever saw me was in 2003. The first time, I mean, they are all alive today, even prominent citizens, some of whom are representatives, some of who work in government today. They will tell you the first time they ever saw me in their whole life was in 2003. I didn't go to Saye-Taayor before. I had no business going there. I have no relative there. I have never been to Tapatan before until in 2003. I've never been to Bang. I mean, I didn't know any of those areas. We come to school in Monroe, from Monroe, we pass through Ganta and go to Sanikole. So when Ganta was retaken and we tried to, exercise some normalcy into Ganta, like how people stay, that's when Laird, while we're in Ganta, was quietly, Model rather, was quietly coming towards the Tapeta area. And immediately after we took Ganta, I got sick. I had this high malaria. I couldn't come to Monrovia, and I had to hang on. But then, when this thing started to, this model thing started to happen in Saye-Taayor, in Tapeta, I was asked to go to see how I could help the situation there, because they already had a structure in place there, meaning like commanders and whatever. But I really didn't need to be asked. I would have gone there anyway. So I went to Tapeta, and the sad thing, which is another one of those regrets, was apparently the people in Tapeta were like kind of tired, weary of all of what has happened. And we had just gotten there, fresh troop had just gotten there. And just about the time we gathered us evening and tried to settle, I was called that I had to bring the troop to Monrovia. I was like, why is that? They say, Laird was coming into Monrovia. And I was like, are you saying the guys there can handle it? Because they have several divisions, and stuff like that. And so I was like, but that was the order. So I came back to Monrovia, and then I think when I came, Laird was actually at the Freeport area. In fact, they've crossed the Freeport area. So I came into them by way of Kawa, and kind of like got in between them there. And some of them were, but the whole thing about this militia thing is that at some point you don't know who your foes are, you don't know who your friends or your enemies are. So when I got in between them, after a while, then they kind of came back and regrouped. Then they started to push me now towards town, towards Logan Town area, somewhere around there, going towards what they used to have, Lipco or so. So then because we got a kind of kind of scattered in the process, because we didn't know who was who now. So we managed to regroup, and then we started to take them back. So as they retreated, they was always launching this mortar thing. But the thing about mortar is, the closer you are to it, the safer, you are. So you always, tend to go over. And I think in the process, because I remember we're coming back at the candle factory somewhere across the bridge at Lipco, some of the shells dropping there, I remember. So we took there as far as, what's this place called? Po River or whatever. Then we went beyond Po River. So then I called to say, look, I was kind of tired, and whoever had this area, maybe had to come back, and because I really had a lot of blister on my feet. So we came back and tried to adjust ourselves. Now I've lost a lot of weight. So then we came back to Nimba because Model was still pushing. They've taken out half a tapeta and coming towards some village I can imagine. So we went there and we tried to push them back. Then we took them into Tapeta and beyond Tapeta towards Kwendi and towards an area called Bloodiala. Then I got another call again that Lur was coming back again. Lur had come back again, so we still had to come. So then we came back. But then with the pressure and I started to come from Model, I, just took the decision and said, and in fact this time when Lur came, we took them now to the junction between Bomi and Kipma, somewhere around there. And so I said, well, this was how far I could do. So I immediately after that, it's normal like an operation that maybe will last for about, depending on how you're committed to, maybe about a week or so. So we took them back, and then I went back to Nimba again. So when I was in Nimba, Moderna has come as far as Tapetan Hospital. So then we try to push them back. Now within that time, Banga used to be a safety area. Now Lur came now and took Banga. So now I could not come on this side, and I couldn't go towards the other side. So Lur started to head towards Nimba on this side. So we had to work something in a way that in the morning I was going to be, my attention was going to be with Lur. In the evening, my attention would be with Model in order to try to coordinate those men that were there. So we managed to pretty much keep Model, in fact, Lur and Model, at bay, because all we were trying to do now, we were not in a position to attack them anymore. So all we had to do was to be in the defensive, position. So we kept them there for a very good while until on-mail, no, it wasn't on-mail, it was the first, I don't know, Echo something, I don't know how they call it. It was the first unit mail, the African troop unit mail or so that came in. And when it came in, the first group of people that drove to us was the contingent from Guinea-Bissau. So we were able, in fact, before they even came, General Opandi had called to let us know that there was this dialogue and there had to be, no war and the rest of it. People didn't have to fight one another. But at the same time, Model was still fighting from that end, and there was always skirmishes here and there. I remember this day when General Opandi said he was going to come to visit with us. In fact, prior to his coming, the late chief of staff for Lur, he went by the name of Cobra. He and General Opandi had come to me and told me that, look, we all agree that there will be this ceasefire. Nobody's going to shoot at one another again, so let's take it from there. So at the time, our position now was at Bela, towards the Sokopa, towards this side, and Lur was on the other side. And every time, there would be this little fighting, and they came, crossed somewhere a little bit into Nimba and took the Nimba side. Then General Pani came to me along with one, I don't know, boy, Bleju boy, who was supposed to be some head of Model, and he said there was a need for us to, have this truce and so. But then there was always this commission. So Model came now as far as Gray. That was their last point. And Lur was just a little past Sokopa. So basically, that was my own interaction with these two warring factions. These two faction, like IMPFL and MPFL. So I stayed in Ganta until there was this normal, when things started to get normal. And prior to my coming here, I wanted to find out from the TRS because I did not follow all of the hearings about maybe people might come in and make some allegations, and and I was opportune to have followed through on some of what I heard, and I can say to all of you here and to the Liberian people that what was said, I mean, it's so untrue because they never happened. And I just give you an example why they were so untrue and why they never happened. There was a situation whereby somebody said that I was involved with the death of Stephen Daniels in 1990, and there was some incident in Kipma in 1990. And I can tell you that with the MPFL, you can ask the entire Monrovia or whatever. I mean, in 1990, I didn't even know MPFL then. My first ever interaction with any of these warring factions was late in August when I met Mr. Johnson here. So how it could not even been possible for somebody from Mr. Johnson's side to go to the MPFL? That never ever happened. That was just one amongst several things. And there was somebody who said that I was in Grand Gita and I stopped people from crossing the border to go to Ivory Coast in 2003. And the last Model commander and the only Model commander I met, frontline commander that was fighting was Juan Gigbo. And when I met him, he had already taken over Gray. When I went to fight in Tabata, MPFL was never ever in Grand Gita, so it's not even possible that I would have been there. And if this commission for some reason would like to check my travel pattern, I can provide you my travel pattern. It never changed. Liberia, like before, it used to be Liberia, Ivory Coast to the States, Liberia, Ghana to the States. My travel pattern never changed, meaning that these times that has been mentioned, you can check my travel document and find out at what time I was here and at what time I was there. And if you even want to go farther, you can even check credit cards records. So like if I was in a place, I will use credit card and you can see it and match it to these things and really ask yourself what are these things happen. Because sometimes people appear before the TRC and sometimes they say their imagination. Like I remember I listened to a lady who said that immediately after the Lutheran incident, Doe was there in the morning dividing candy. That never happened. It just can't be true, because even if I was not conscious, that I would know. It really never happened. I don't mean no disrespect to any of the witnesses or whatever. It would just be a good thing if people really say what they know. And And one thing that I didn't even hear somebody say, but the fact that they didn't say it don't mean that maybe it would not be said or whatever. And that was one thing that had, like troubled me a lot, and I'm really happy that I have this opportunity, to like sit here, and say it. I remember early in 91, there used to be a group of young men, a colleague of mine who was at a university called Nimba. They were playing band. They used to come and play band, at El Maison, come to my place. And there was this rumor that I was involved in a killing of Mr. Silas. Some say he lived somewhere on Ashmore Street or whatever. And I was really, kind of like losing my mind when I heard that story or whatever. So I said, okay, if that's the story. There's a lady who used to work for me. She's still around. She also told me the story. I said, well, fair enough. So this evening, I take Sam, Nehemiah, and the other guys in my car. I said, take me somewhere. So we start to drive up towards the Ashmore Street residence where I'm told the person stay. But then I noticed that when we got back Cathedral, they were low. But they called me short. They said, where are we going? I said, there's this story. They say, well, there was some wealthy, I don't know, Madingo Fula man who stays around here that I was involved in his murder. His wife and children was there. So he said, but Shabu heard that, but was scared to tell you. I said, no, let's go there. So we all went there. When we got there, I met the lady. She didn't know me. I didn't know her, but I would feel very strongly that if something like that happened, you would stay kind of remind the person. This time it was around 91 or 91, mid-91. So I went and I said, Madam, how are you? She said, how are you? She said anything. She was plaiting, she was braiding her little daughter hair. I said, no, I came to you. My name is Adolphus Dolo. I'm told that they said you and your husband were here and somebody came, but they actually said me, I came, and took your husband away and he never came back. So, madam, do you know me? Does the person look like me? She looked at me and said, no, my son, I don't think so. I said, you sure? So at the time, I had this funny like call card. I took it and gave it to her. I said, madam, do me a favor. Maybe it might be too early, but I know you have children. Whenever, you need to, find out that information anytime, let me know. And all of what I've given you, I know you're going to ask questions later, but all of those people who track my from here, there, yonder, they are alive. And all of this story I'm telling you, so like, this is exactly what I know, and this is what I can remember as my involvement in the situation we had in Liberia for the past couple of years. So I'd like to say to you, thank you for having me. And I'd just like to stress here that at no point in time have I survived from war. Unfortunately, any young man or woman trying to do well, they think maybe it's from spoils of war. But you might be surprised to know this, for example. I had a contract with Firestone, which did back from 97, and they paid me like $50,000 plus United States dollars every month. The records are there. $50,000 United States dollars every month, Firestone, when I was providing security for them. And it came when they started to build up their own security force. It came to $25,000 United States dollars a month. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs. I don't have that bad habit. So the thing is that when people see people, sometimes it's good to go beyond. People don't just, jump to judgment. Oh, that's the war. That's not true. I have the oldest private security company in Liberia other than Rice Security Service. And war hasn't been my thing. None of us thought we were going to be in this situation today where we're going to destroy ourselves the way we did it. But a lot of this had to do with people trying to survive. And when I had this job with them, it was not a 1 month, 2, 3 months job. It was a job that went on for over a year. So if you can just say like the actual figure, and they right here, you can ask them, was around $50,000, $25 a month. So, and like I said, it went down to 25,000 some more. So if you can just multiply that by a year, I mean, if I had like this, why would I want to like destroy, myself or whatever? So I like to close by telling the Liberian people, the audience, and non-Liberians, those who are listening to radio, that for all of these things, and to the extent that which I know actually is the case, that my involvement, with these warring groups, the NPFL, the IMPFL, and even if my action also as a student activist, in any way contributed to hurting anybody, I sincerely regret it. I do sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, regret it. That my action or my inaction in any way in the process of hurt anybody, I sincerely regret. And I want to thank you for having me. And like I said earlier, there might be some things that I may not have remembered to touch on. I'd like for you to feel free to ask me anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness, for providing this testimony to the Commission and giving us a detailed account of your activities going back to the 80s, the war years, and up to where we are, how you came in contact with two different factions involved with our conflict, your personal life, and using this opportunity also to clarify some issues or information that may have been out in the public about you. The good thing about the Commission is that this is also a forum for one to exonerate themselves and dispel what may appear to be rumor or falsehood about them, thereby putting up the challenge to the public that this is the situation, what you've been hearing, isn't it? And if you have anything, it's time to come forward. So we thank you very much for this presentation. We now take time off for questions and answers. But with your indulgence, we want to take a break, and then we resume subsequently in about an hour. Okay. So we'll take a break now and resume at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I want to give some opening questions, which will give you the opportunity to attach dates to some events.
Yes, sir.
And it goes to the UN compound incident. We like you to reflect on the time frame between that incident and the Lutheran Church incident. If there were any casualties at the UN compound, and give us a little bit more detail on what happened. And then at the Lutheran Church, you mentioned that when the shooting started, I think you passed off. You didn't say pass off, but you didn't know what happened until you heard a voice. Are there any more survivors? Anybody alive in there? But do you recall whether there was a bloodbath at the Lutheran Church? In your state of stupor when you passed off, do you remember hearing cries and pleas of innocent people? Do you have any idea who committed the act? There were allegations that the president may have visited there I heard a statement from you on that. Could you just succinctly tell us what happened and how those two incidents were related in terms of time frame?
Oh, okay, thank you. With regards to the incident at the UN compound, that was, just like the one at the Lutheran Church, that was not something that anybody even dreamed about that could happen. All I can remember were there was this Corando Jeep, this Jeep thing that came in, and what we thought, and I say this so that maybe you don't hold me to that, but what I kind of remember at the end of the whole exercise, there was this tag that Sato used to use. It was almost like they stopped a pilot, there was one of it that was silver with some red lining in it. So that's what we thought, that it was people from the Sato unit that said, but that I saw them like that, no. It was just, we were in a whole place. So basically, that's what I can remember. A lot of people got hurt, and there may have been some death that I'm not sure of, but I'm sure that what I saw, a lot of people got hurt, like their hands and stuff like that. That's what I remember at that incident. And it happened last night, and today we got in contact with the Liberian Council of Churches, and that evening they brought us to the Methodist compound. We were not able to see those who came in the building. There was no electricity in the night. We go to bed, but we know for sure it's like in the middle of the night when there's a lot of fire and there's lights, sort of lights all over. And I remember very well hearing people saying, look, okay, just shoot me right here, and there was a lot of people in the school, in the church, because I was in the church, and what happened in the school I wouldn't know. But what I also do know for a fact is that prior to the Lutheran incident, people have started leaving the displaced facility. They've started leaving the Lutheran church, and they've also started leaving the Methodist church, that I remember. But that I saw, that we saw them, no. How did I survive? In the process, people got shot, people dropped over one another, and I just happened to have been under, somebody. So basically, that's what I do remember that time.
So you survived by dead bodies falling over you, and you are presumed to be there?
Well, people fell over me, and to be honest with you, at that point, it was only when this person said what they said, and I heard voices, and I came out where we got our walk, because we walked from the Harper's Lounge area at the 13th or 15th Street, wherever, from that area. But over the window of the Lutheran church, you could see people hanging, because the window is kind of steep. People trying to get us, so you could see them hanging over the window like that, outside. So.
Okay, Commissioner Cornell.
I want to thank you, Mr. Witness, for appearance before us, sharing with us what you witnessed and experienced during the civil conflict.
Thank you.
In your general testimony, you try to convince or to make clear to the TRC that long before the civil conflict, you were engaged in business.
Yes, sir.
With a capital. Please tell us, what was the name of that business that you were doing before? What was the type of business you was doing? And when you started such business?
Thank you, sir. Like I told you earlier, I said I started off when I was like in 10th grade. I used to go to Denani and buy these Mortimer watches, because at the time when we moved to Nimba, we were living with our uncle after our father died. And I mean, from Monrovia to Nimba, that was a real big transition. So my mother come from a town called Saye-Taayor that is very close to the custom border. So I happened to have met a family from Ma. The man is called Dumbuya. He had a son called Siaka. His daughter is today married to one A.B. Krumah, who used to be with the Liberian Electricity Corporation. It was that family that took me into Ivory Coast. The man was a trader in and out, so I would go and buy these watches. At the time, they were like, I think, me franc just a little, around $8 or less, and I would bring it to Sonic Willie, and then I would sell it. So basically, that was how I started. And as it went on, it was doing good. Then I came across two guys who had come to Sonic Willie to work. One was Stepney and the other guy was Sumo. One was working for the Liberian Electricity Corporation at the time, and the other guy was working for the Liberian Water and Sewer Corporation. So, like I said earlier in my testimony, music had been like a habit. So we kind of like started, we also started some low club in Sonic Willie. And just about 11th grade, myself and a very popular driver that was in Sonic Willie, whose name cannot come to my memory now, we had decided that because in Sonic Willie we had two big, there was a big Mandingo population. It was Mano Mandingo, it was a big population. So we had decided that Yeye and Tita were the two big social club that we had. So we had decided that we wanted to bring a band from Guinea to play in Sonic Willie. So how do we go? That's how come we came across this very popular driver that I just don't remember his name. So we said we were going to go to Guinea to bring a band called Vendor Band. So we were like three partners. They were like by far older than me. So this guy and I left, and we went as far as Kanka. And we were not able to get a Vendor Band because they said that was around the Ramadan time. So we came back, I think somewhere in Lola or there, but we got a band called Nimba Success also. So we came and had that program. But while we were in Guinea, which was like my first adventure, I found out that there was a need for this palm oil a lot. So when I came back to Sonic Willie, I chose to buy a lot of palm oil to take it to Guinea to sell. And it started to do good from these jerry cans, from about 5 or 6 jerry cans. I could do like 1 or 2 drums, like when the vehicle was going, we put our load on. And I think I went as far as Bobo Dilasso doing the trade. So immediately, and anybody who saw me graduate from high school in 1982 in Sonic Willie, they would tell you that for me, there was no party and there was no celebration. My high school principal at the time, I think he's in Monrovia, one Mr. McLean. The reason was that the day we were graduating, that's the day my goose was going. So I had to be a part of the program, but I could not wait, so I went back. And so it was not a business at the time that we had name as a name. But I can tell you, sir, that when I came to Monrovia, just about the time when the former Minister for Education, Bole, because I was recommended to President Dolo at the time through my uncle, Gabriel Fangalo, who had told President Dolo in a communication that this young man was the son of the late Deepa Dolo who had served the army, and we think he should be helped. So he had gone to San Nicolas to my late uncle, Joseph Fangalo, who introduced me to the minister, and the minister told me to come down. And when I came down at the time, this same A.B. Kroma was the special assistant to the Minister of Education at the time, and he remembered this story. But I remember when I came to Monrovia, I had no less than $14,000, $15,000. So when I came, normally when we travel as a group, like when we were selling, we would normally like go into a popular hotel where we first saved. That was the trade. So when we came, I stopped at the Holiday Inn Hotel for a good while. And when this scholarship thing was not going straight, that's when I was left with, I think, around 7,000 or so. But then from where I came from, after I came, it was like Leon, it was James, Alfonso. They were all at the university now. So to go back, and when I saw this guy forging ahead, so then I thought maybe there was a need, to stay around. That's how come I went to the garage that I just told you about. But like I said, I still remember the sales guy plate was always, I think, JJWW or something. But that's when I went and like got my first, vehicle and started trading. The business name that I will, when I start, because at the time I've just come from school and it was still like that. The first official name of the bigger club, because what I had here was just like a joint. The first name of the business I had was called Le Classic Club, and that was the one that where you have Pepper Bush is there where the club was, and there are some really very prominent people who are still around, and not to get involved in what I'm doing. If I had to tell you in private who they were and they went there, like I said, very prominent people in society. I can reference them to you. They were also my clients at the place. That was the first official business that I had.
Thank you. So when your business first was registered with government,
I'm sorry, sir?
when did you register your business with the government as a registered entity? What year?
Well, sir, at the time, Arlene George and I had a place, so I did not register it directly. She used to have this place called Arlene's Bar and Restaurant. That's how it was. So when she started having problem with rent, then I was recommended by a guy who worked with her, whose name I don't remember, that this lady needed somebody to share the place with. That's how come I came in and I just...
So you were working under the name of that restaurant and bar?
Well, sort of, sir, except that I changed the name of the place to... it was a big place. I changed the name of Masa to Le Classic Club, but it still carried the Arlene's Bar and Restaurant name.
Okay, coming to the period of the war, when did you actually join the fighting forces? Because we gathered from you, you fought for INPFL.
Yes, sir.
And if I'm not mistaken, also NPFL.
Yes, sir.
And then the government.
Yes, sir.
Under Taylor administration.
Yes, sir.
So when did you first join? And what rank did you hold in each of these forces? What rank?
Sorry, sir?
I said, when did you join these forces?
Yes, sir.
And what rank you held in these forces?
Well, I first joined, I was first made a part of the, because it's not like join, like I went to join or whatever, no. I was first made a part of the IMPFL in August of, around August of 1990. Because just about the time I left the embassy, and like I say again to you, sir, for the purpose of respecting people's privacy, those who remember when I went to seek refuge at the embassy and when I left there, they are still alive today. They're not the non-Liberians. They are still alive today. Some Liberian security, they're still alive today. And if you would like for me to reference, you to them or them to you, I can do that, sir. So it was actually in August of 1990.
What rank you?
Well, sir, with the IMPFL at the time, there was nothing like a rank. There was always like a commander, a unit commander, a squad leader or so. They didn't have rank in that organization at the time. It was just one commander. And then even if you were, for example, a chief of staff, you would only be referred to as that, not as a captain or as this, as, for example, was in the case of the NPFL. It wasn't that structure. I mean, the IMPFL had a simple structure. It was not about rank or so. You were given assignment, and you were a commander or so. So, like I said, it's there to find out, to verify, to prove. I started off with the IMPFL in August, and I left the IMPFL in late October. And to further prove that to you, sir, I refer you to the Airborne 72 Airborne Battalion of the Nigerian contingent that you can check with the Army. They will give you all of those information. And in fact, while I was here, there was a Colonel Etta, who at the time was a captain. He had come to serve with an armed mail. You can also verify from them. They will tell you exactly my involvement. Well, when I left, because when they came on the ground, that was just about the time that I left, sir.
From August to October, were you engaged in fighting?
Yes, sir.
With which
With the
group?
IMPFL, sir. I said with the IMPFL.
Yeah, you were with the INPFL.
Yeah.
Which group you were fighting?
Which group? Oh, I was fighting against the NPFL.
NPFL.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us some of the areas where you fought?
Well, sir, the active area that my real first major combat was the one on August 24th around the Freeport area. That was my first major fighting, and after that there was always low skirmishes around the Dixville area, and there was one time when we went to Fendel, and on that same day we had also gone to the Dusa Hospital, and that was the first time I went in those areas, and we had gone there because the instruction was that the NPF has said that Prince Johnson's body is at the Dusa Hospital, so we should go and see it. So we went there and came back like the next day. So those were, if I had some basic, what I could do, and when the 72 Airborne Battalion came, I was attached to them briefly, and after they took up position, we had to engage. That was how come I reverted to Monrovia, sir.
What was the treatment of the civilians at the INPFL base while you were there?
So to be very frank with you, like at where I was there really briefly, but it was my first time going to the Kawe area or so, and where we were, it was some compound kind of like off the road. I'm told it used to be some mining area or so, and almost everybody there was like a soldier. Where I remember encountering civilians was the first time when we moved out towards Fendel. There were a lot of displaced people that we came across there, but then we just passed through, and then went towards Carriesburg area, going towards the Dusar Hospital. In fact, on our way to Dusar Hospital, we got caught up from 15 Gate because MPF came and took that 15 Gate junction. That's why we had to come back the same day to like open the road and then come back.
When did you join MPFL?
So again, like I say, joining would not really be my choice of words, because my encounter with NPFL is exactly what I told you, was sometime, in fact, like on the day of the April 6th, I just left my house and got in on the road when these two vehicles came and they stopped me and the guy who was with me and said, "Who you with?" And I said, "Well, I'm with you." So that was actually on the 6th of April.
Where were you during the autopsy?
Sorry?
Autopsy.
I was in the States.
You was in the States.
Yeah. In fact, I was arrested just about that time when I told you earlier, and taken the Ministry of Defense. I spent one night at the post docket. The next day I was out, and the day after that I went to the States. I didn't come back to Liberia until around 96.
And the NPP-led government, how did you get into the fighting forces at the time?
So like I said, after my association with the MPFL and ULIMO, because at the time they were both combined, so it was not like I was a part of MPFL or I was a part of ULIMO. I was a part of their operations because the both of them at the time worked together.
Were you a professional fighter?
No, sir. I mean,
were you a special analyst who can observe things and then report to the commander-in-chief?
Well, sir, I think a professional fighter would be maybe somebody who chose who chose fighting also as their profession. I am a student of economics. I'm not a professional fighter as such, but like I said, because I was involved with fighting, I've interacted with the various fighting people. I think what he really wanted, I think what he really asked me to do was to get another side of the story. So I think basically that's what it will be, sir.
It is said that General Isaac Misa arrested several Nimba personalities, including Stephen Daniels and the others, and were brought to Kakata at the police station where they were imprisoned. And that at certain time, you came to that station and demanded that Pape send you to come and carry the people. And since they were taken and carried, they were never seen anymore. What can you say about that?
Well, sir, let me just clarify something to you, sir. My name is Saye-Taayor Adolphus Dolo. So I hope somebody did not just say Dolo and you jump to me. The reason I say this because I had similar experience when I was doing physical science. It was 102 at the university. There was a guy there whose name was S. Adolphus Dolo, And my name was S. Adolphus Dolo. So when the guy brought the paper, he did that. So, sir, there were a couple of Dolos. So what I want to make clear to you, sir, is that everything that I have shown, I've told you here, from the day that I told you I got involved, there are people who are alive, not just anybody. There are people who are alive, and you can go and verify these things. And I think one of the group, I don't know when that incident happened, but one of the group that could maybe be a better judge, maybe could be you from the perspective of the Interfaith Committee or the Liberian Council of Churches. Reason being that they follow my progress in what apostle, they followed me all through until, meaning that they knew exactly where I was until I left from the embassy in August of 90. And above and beyond that, sir, if you were around here, it was not just possible for somebody to leave from here to go to Mr. Taylor's area or whatever. That is the reason why I cannot, there's no way you can put me at that spot or whatever. Because when I left from here in 92, I don't know when this incident happened, but when I left from here in 92, I didn't come back here until in 06. And the whole of Monrovia, I mean, I grew up in this, the whole of Monrovia can tell you that all along I was here. Because why I say the whole of Monrovia? Because I was running this nightclub called Pyramid that almost everybody knew. So I was here, sir. So I'm just saying that I hope they're not just taking Dolo. So because they said Dolo, and maybe they say me, but there was no way I could have been there, sir.
The testimony did not only mention the name Dolo, but also add to it the junior senator for Nimba County, the present junior senator for Nimba County.
Yes, sir.
And me as a Nimbaye, I know you the first Dolo
yes, sir.
ever become senator
Thank
in Nimba County.
Thank you, sir. And, sir, to that, I can also tell you from my own interaction with people, people mention me and they really don't know me. People mention me, they don't know me. And, sir, with no disrespect to those who are deceased, but I can proudly sit here and say, if anybody know me, you know me. I know it is true that you are on a commission, but at the same time, you also cannot deny that you are my father in terms of the culture that we all grew up in, where one person, one child is the community child. And I am sure from all of my interaction with you, maybe you didn't mention it, but you had no reason not to mention it. But in all of my interaction with you, I have never, ever lied to you, nor have I ever deceived you. And you can recall, prior to my being a part of the war and after the war, I've always come to you for guidance, to like advise you, to give me advices on our country issue or so. So definitely you have every right to ask me all of what you're asking, but I can sit here and also say that all of those who come from Nimba and appear before the TRC Commission, you will be one of the elders that know them really well. That is in no way to say that you were with me to follow my every action or so. No. So you know very well that Mr. Daniels was my father's best friend. You know that very, in fact, he was your friend. All of you people were family, were brothers. And you don't know this kind of trait to be in my family. I know that you are disappointed, or you were disappointed, or you got heartbroken. How did my son end up being there or whatever? I understand that. But by the same token, whatever I did, I was always conscientious of the fact that a lot of people know my family, know my father. Like one time I listened to one of the guests that appeared before you here and said that it was Goba Wole that started soup. No, I mean, that was just a little mistake. It wasn't Goba Wole that started soup. It was my uncle, Michael J.S. Dolo, who started the Student Unification Party. He brought in Goba Wole. And how did he bring in Goba Wole? The problem was that Goba Wole had a low problem with his accent. I remember there was this opposition party he told me about, it was called ASAP or something. That was like the party at that time. And because Goba Wole had some problem with how he pronounced words, so they agreed that we're going to do this speech. And for example, there's just like a word, for example, you would say rope, and maybe Goba Wole will always say lope. So they all decided that as you read a speech, when you get to this, and the guy who was the head of ASAP was very articulate. He said, well, when you get to this point, you will say lope instead of rope, we all clap and nobody will hear you. And so basically, that's how, and anybody who go into soup history, they will find out it was actually my uncle who did that. So I'm saying this to say that the family that I came from, this is the last place they thought I would be. This is the last place, but again, that's why when you keep saying join, this was not something that I chose to do. Unfortunately, bad things happen to people. And I'm no exception. So now you are just in the wrong place at the wrong time and got no reason to give for why you were there. But I could never, ever have done that. And I'm saying, why it is true that you were not with me every step of the way, I believe there are a lot of us from Nimba that you read. And from a distance, when they say John, you know it is John. And one of these incidents, if you may recall, one of our citizens had come to you and told you that there were a lot of yellow equipments that were out of for him that was stolen by some people and was somewhere in Saye-Taayor. And when you called me, sir, I went to you and I said, but oh man, you can sit there and Saye-Taayor is in your hand like this. Where part of Saye-Taayor they will have this equipment that this man won't know? He said, right on the football field. And I said, okay, sir, give me time. I'm going to go to Nimba and I'm going to verify to you. And this man had told you and I that he was going to go there. I went to Nimba. It was never there. The man never showed up. And I came back to you, sir, what this man said is not true. He didn't show up. And you even said, well, thank you, but some people come and make up stories. So, sir, why it is true that, and which is the most unfortunate thing, when you associate with something, whatever your intention was for which you went there, it will always follow you. I cannot deny that I associated with the IMPFL. I cannot deny that I associated with the NPFL and ULIMO. I cannot deny that I associated with the government of Liberia. But sir, what I can tell you is that in my association with them, I knew I had limits. And it was all because I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that is how much, sir, that I can say to you with regards to this. It can never, ever be possible that I was there, sir.
When the TRC went to Saye-Taayor,
yes, sir,
a witness appeared before us and said they were sent out by Marian.
yes, sir.
The city mayors.
Sir, if I have your permission, maybe I just want to interject there, sir. And I tell you in the commission, with all due respect, sir, if I had to do what I did then again, I'll do it today. This was the situation. I come from Saye-Taayor. Though you say you're from Saye-Taayor, people I say you're from Saye-Taayor too. But the reality is that there was, and sir, like I said earlier, if you, including your very self, sir, anybody who comes from Nimba, know if I know anywhere in Saye-Taayor, never been to Saye-Taayor, never been to Tapeta, none of those areas. And there was this young man, there was no war in Saye-Taayor while I was there. The war was in Ganta. This young man who happened to be the son of this man we call, I know, 502, one immigration, I think he's now working with custom. Is it Kaba?
John Kaba.
John Kaba's son. The information is like, people are breaking down Mandingo people's house. VA called me and told me when I was in Ganta. I came to San Nicolas. I held a meeting. I said, how can you do this with the community? I come from here. I am basically concentrating on how I can contain what is happening. There's no war behind me. What am I hearing that people are breaking Mandingo houses down? This should not happen. I left and went. When I came back, it was just a coincidence. I was in San Nicolas when we have come to say this Lai Kaba's son was the one removing people. It didn't really bother me who sent him. But here you are, a young Mandingo man. You hear that they're breaking Mandingo people's house down. Then you will join with the people to break their house? No. I brought him and gave him 25 as a small brother, not as a soldier, as a militia or whatever. I gave him 25, sent to the police and said, you shouldn't do this. And he stayed there. His mother came and talked to me, and that's how he left, sir. If that was the incident you were alluding to, yes, that's what I did. And I treated him as my little brother, not as a soldier or whatever. And I think that's what people taught us to do.
Well, I think you need to know that John Kaba was never a Mandingo. He's a Gio man, but was named after Ome Kaba.
Thank you, sir.
So that's how he is.
Thank you, sir. But
also, while we were in the state, a son of Alai Suleiman Silla appeared before us and testified that you brutally killed his father and looted his wealth. What can you say about this?
Well, sir, my question to you before I answer that, sir, would be, when did this incident happen? I'm saying when, sir, not that I want an answer from you, but, sir, I have just told you, for example, when I came from point A to point B. And like I said, I don't know the young man you are talking about, but I remember this lady that was working for me who mentioned this to me for the very first time. It was based upon that myself drove in the yard to find out whether I was the person. I have absolutely no idea. And the lady who told me this information for the first time is in town. She said, Chief, one boy, I always want for him to come to the club. He said he can't come to the club because kill his father. I said, me? That was how come I went there. And sir, between you and I, because I felt so strong about it, that I didn't know about it, that's why I went in the yard. So to come and the good thing about mom being here, sir, that I keep telling you is that every step of the way that I went, people that I was associated with are all here. When I came to Monrovia, meaning after I left the Lebanese embassy, IMPFL was all around Monrovia, all around. The first place I ever went when I walked through here was across the bridge. Then from there, I went to this Carway Junction. That was the first place I ever went when I came from there. And I never came out of there until after August, until maybe like around September when ECOMOG had already established the agreement. One time we came out here with Mr. Johnson, and if my memory even sets me right, sir, just about the time we came out of past August or so, when Mr. Johnson and I first came to Monrovia and had to go back, I remember he had asked us, because that's almost like going back to the question you asked me for, he had asked us, AFL had come as far again now as the Ministry of Defense, and he had asked us to ensure that they were not there. And in the process, I think at around August or so, earlier September, some of our clothes are deceiving. Right around the barracks area, I almost got killed, and if I took what I'm wearing, all of my back, you see a lot of bullet wounds on my back. It was a doctor here called Dr. Casas, whose clinic I was there for almost like so much of a long time. And when I left from there and went back, that's how come I felt I couldn't stay with it anymore, and I came in town. And sir, I will say to you and to this young man who told you this, because on several occasions I've tried to meet with Mandingo opinion leaders to explain to them exactly, because I didn't like all of these rumors, surrounding me. And sir, if there's any way that anybody can put me on the spot, I sit right here and say that then everything and anything I've ever told you here is not truth. It's nothing to believe. These things, sir, they never happen. And I try to remember so well, even like when I was in the hospital here at the Casas Clinic, people who work there, I think they are still alive, they can tell you exactly when I went in there and when these things, could have ever, happened. So people will say things, maybe based on what somebody said, or maybe based on what they think. But I made it my business, like around 91, when I heard that story, I went to the yard somewhere around a cathedral, and and if you even brought the lady before me today, I don't know her. I met her. If the lady I met is the one that said was the wife, I met her, and I explained to you exactly what I said. So believe me, I am not one of those people, whether war or normal situation, that would never think that there's a tomorrow. There is always a tomorrow. And that you can get away, you might get away with it this day, but there is a tomorrow. And all I can say to you, sir, with all due respect to you, and I'm talking to you here, you got to forgive me, in two capacities. As a member of the TRC and as an elder from Nimba. And I am so convinced that you have your own way of finding out the truth. And no matter how hard you try to cover the truth will always manifest itself. And I know you have your own will, and this commission has her own will. And if I even have to come back to you, whether in public or in private, and if there's anything that can link me to that, sir, then everything I've told you is untrue. But those things never, ever happen. And sir, that was I wasn't trying to brag, but that was the reason why I tried to explain to you about how my business went about. People will see you and say, oh, he's doing this because it is from the spoils of war that he's doing this. It's all over. But sir, it is not true. It is not true. And what you don't honestly work for, you can never, ever see the end. And like I told you earlier, sir, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs. If I was opportune to have a contract that paid me $50,000 a month, United States dollar, after I have paid my people, and I'm not saying 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, almost a little over a year or so. So there is no way that so these things never, ever happen, sir. And I still look forward to that day when I will sit with the family and they will ask me anything. So maybe, sir, what you can do for me, the family, and the commission is you might want to go back to find out exactly what time of the year, for example, that thing happened. Because from the beginning, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, I was here until when I left. And if you want me after here to take you to those people who are not Liberians, who were foreign people that were in there and saw me leave that area that time, they are all available. So these things never happen, sir. They never happen.
It is also said that during the campaigning, there was a slogan that you were using, and that is, vote for me and you will not return the Mandingo's properties back.
Wow.
And it may interest you to know that the area you are reported to have earmark.
Sorry?
You said you reported to have earmark an area in Ganta, either for a market or monument. Now there is a convergence of people there today. My information said they are now digging foundations by force and so forth. So what can you say about this? Do you know about it?
Shikafuma.
Yeah.
And I will say to you straight up, from the Saye-Taayor A, Adolphus Dolo, you've been knowing from a toddler. And I'm saying to you, like I said, you have to forgive me. I'm speaking to you as a commissioner and as a father. From where you sit, from the person you've been knowing, does that resemble me? In as much as I don't expect you to give me an answer. Because you know me well from like that. You know my father, you know my mother, you know my uncle. So people say, I know you. And that's from a distance. But you don't know me for a distance. I am your son. Does that resemble me? But let me just give you, and it's good you've been brought out, let me just give you some information that will be interesting for you to know. With regards to this area in Ganta, for example, a committee that I am a part of that was set up by the president, this land committee, had a technical committee chaired by one Imam Sharif. Imam Sharif is from Kipman. There had been this story back in the days that that place was a market and blah, 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 and the rest of it. I don't know Ganta well. The market I know used to be somewhere around Kinta area or whatever, but that was the story. But you know the dynamics of Nimba. Ganta's story is different completely from Saninkwele's story. Saninkwele, I am an authority because I know that well. So when this Imam Sharif did his report, in his report that is available at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, he recommended that that place be a market. It's at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. When the Minister for Internal Affairs sent the document to us and I saw it, you can ask him any day. I said, no, this is not possible. Why is it not possible? Because if you do this, it will be as though the Mano had triumphed over the Mandingo. So what's the way forward? I said, well, then that's what we needed to sit down to discuss before this committee could have made a recommendation, sir. So I didn't make my recommendation. But after that report got to me, what did I do? I went to Mr. Allen Doss, the Omega guy who just, the Secretary General who just left, and said, look, we have a situation where our people are tussling over this land. How can you help us? He asked me, what's the way forward? I said, well, this is the way I see it. And there needs to be more streets in Ganta, because I think what is happening in Ganta is access to market, meaning access to road. Everybody want to be on the road so that they can be able to, to sell their stuff. And my idea of opening the roads in Ganta was not redoing the roads that are there. There's a new boulevard that is called Bambad Boulevard, so that goes now to Seklepi. My thought and what I told him that time that you can call him to find out was that, and I also told the current foreign minister of Sierra Leone, Madam Bangura, and based on consultation, that's what I thought, that on that new boulevard, the government should now go in there, since it's still in its embryo stage, to at least construct 20 shops, what we would call stores. Construct those 20 shops, lay the streets out, and then turn the shops over to the city authority with the understanding that one Mandingo man here, one Mano man here, one Gio man here, one Pele man here, so that everybody have access to road, and they will pay that money to the city council so that it's not discriminated, against anybody. And this controversial plot of land that is claimed by Mandingo is claimed by Mano, we can, since Mano people die in that area, Mandingo people, Pele people, everybody die in that area, we can use that whole piece of land that has a lot of Mano people on it now as a memorial park. So he said, wow, that's a brilliant idea. I never thought about it that way. So if that's what the commission will propose, that is something we can think about. Predicated upon that, I started to hold consultation with some Mandingo elders. And I invited them at my house and said, look, I need you to help me with this one. Can you give me today so that I can give you tomorrow? They're like, what do you mean? I said, well, when I go to the Mana people, they say, oh, so you're taking side with the Mandingo people. When I go to the Mandingo people, they say, oh, so you're on the Mana people side. Now, I was not in Ganta. I don't know about this place. Can we put a big memorial park in this area where all of us can sit down tomorrow and say, hey, this is the area that all of us fought for? Because the Mandingo, the Mana, the Gil that were fighting in Nimba, it was one thing they were fighting for their home. That place is Mana man home, is Gil man home, is Mandingo man home. So basically that was that. So these were my suggestions. So for anybody to insinuate or try to imagine that I would go, or anybody will go to campaign to say that you will not give Mandingo people land back or whatever, how true can that be? You and I grew up in Sanikule, like my memory can remember, if I can remember well, when you had those several businesses, Coastery and the other business you were doing. From Omekonaba house, you go to my uncle's house. That's what it is, right? In Sanikule, right? Now, if you went there today, you will see it. There was this day that I came and somebody is trying to do some construction on Omekonoma's property. And I'm saying to myself, but if I sat down here and somebody did this, then I'm responsible. Because we should be our brother's keeper. Musa Konoma and the rest of it, all of us grew together. And this guy who came to do this construction, yes, he's a Mano man, but this was not one of those people that I knew from Sanikule, before. So when Via came and told me, I said, no, this can't happen. And as I speak to you, for example, that never happened. But what have the Ganta situation a little peculiar from that of Sanikule is simple. The people in Ganta, for all I know it, they're not willing to say the truth to one another. Meaning, if you are living here, and I'm living here, and my name is Pe, and your name is Kafuma, I should be able to say Kafuma was living here. But if your neighbor cannot say that, it's just difficult. Now, I am not from Ganta, like I said. If you went to Sanigre recently, like you said, all the Mandingo property in Sanigre, as far as I know, is not occupied by Mano people. Those ones that you see people in, the Mano governor, who happens to be Vie Touré, is the one who's collecting rent. I remember we had gone there when I tried to tell them, the commission, they didn't understand it then. Commissioner Boo is also a part of that committee. It was herself, the UN representative, the committee that was set up, we all went to Sanikule and we visited all of those structures that were in Sanikule. So, sir, in short, I was not a part of any campaign that would say that vote for me and I wouldn't give my people property back. If you check the result from the Elections Commission, Senator Johnson beat me in Ganta, for example. So he won me in Ganta. So that could not have been the message. That's why I put it to you like, you never saw that in my father or my uncle either. So I think what is in a man, he passes it down, to his children. And it's just beyond me, because while it is true that I don't know of any Mandingo person in Nimba so that they vote for me, I know for a fact that a lot of Mandingo people voted for me. Because my definition of voting for me is where you will publicly say, look, support this young man. Even if you didn't vote for me, the fact that you said it publicly to people, I mean, there are people who listen to it. So to that extent, They will not support me, and I'll be there saying that you won't get. I mean, what right do I have to take somebody's property or so, sir? So that didn't happen.
If I may do a clarification, I did not only know your father and uncle, but we were best friends. We interacted together in different fields. For example, your father, even though he was a professional teacher, but he used to love military.
Thank you.
And so in the militia, he was very active.
Thank you.
And when the late President Tubman had the 26th celebration there, he asked the battalion at the time, Emmanuel Glaser, the former Chief Justice, was our commanding officer, and Lanco Battalion to bring 2 persons so that can be recruited into the army. And that's how your father's name was sent. And one other vibe used to be in Lanco called Freeman was also sent. Because we know they were very active in the military. And your uncle, because of our relationship, he appealed to me to become member of his councilman when he was city mayor. So the only thing that perhaps you may have mistaken is that you and myself grew up together.
No. So we could.
Said,
no, I grew
said
with
you grew up in our hands.
Yes, sir. Well,
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification,
Thank you very
sir.
much.
And I mean, I appreciate all of your compliments that has to do with my father, sir. But I just, again, want to still say that I'm happy to be here, and it's good that the 3 sides of the story, everybody will be able to hear it. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for your testimony. In your statement, you said at one point in time you were in the Lutheran church when the massacre happened. And then after the massacre, you recovered, you seek refuge for some time, and then later on, you left to go on INPFL base. But before that time, you were on the university. I don't know whether you graduated or you were still in school, but you did mention that economics was your major and sociology your minor.
No, sir. No, ma'am. My first degree, I studied economics and accounting. My second degree, I studied sociology and political science.
Okay. So before the crisis, or before 1990, you already had first degree?
Before 1990, I was already in school. I didn't have my first degree then. In the 80s, I entered the university in the 80s. So I didn't have my first degree then, a little mid-80s.
Now, when you went on Prince Johnson base, but when you were at the UN compound, you helped to assist people. You were kind of a supporter or spokesperson. And then at the Lutheran church, people look up to you, because maybe based on your educational background or your social status, you assisted people. So on the base, you actually went to seek refuge, but later on, according to you, you were made part of the INPFL. I'm asking this question to say because knowing the kind of person you were at already, because who know yourself, you have certain status in life. Because initially you were a businessman, the status you have, most young people never had this status. And the fact that Prince Johnson or the senior senator knew your father, it would appear as if because of that relationship, he wouldn't make you to be part of NPFL. So I just want to know whether your being part of NPFL, was it voluntary?
Oh, you mean IMPFL? Well, man, let me just say this. I kind of have an idea of where you could be driving at, where victims become perpetrators. I can appreciate that. But this was nothing that anybody could prepare for. Like I told you earlier, on a normal condition, if you welcome somebody into your house, you give them a seat, you give them water to drink. And when we got there, I mean, I thought somebody took me. But just where I got out from the car, there where I stood. And as though I didn't even exist. And it was how come, because like I said, almost every move you made in that compound, somebody asked you, but what you do? I said, oh, it was the general and myself that came. But then go behind there, you can't be standing in front, because I was right like, before the house. So basically that's how I got there. And madam, to be honest with you, to be very frank and honest with you, when I came out of the Lutheran church, because the situation at the UN compound was not as dramatic as that, that was at the Lutheran church. To be honest with you, anything that was against Dole, I was a part of it. I mean, because I knew at the end of the day, if I didn't do it, I mean, I was going to be killed as well. So basically, you would think, well, this guy know your father, so come and do this. Yes, that would be the normal situation. But like I said earlier, it didn't happen that way. That was not the case. Had it happened that way, I don't think I would have been sitting down here to, face the music like I'm doing. But it just didn't happen that way. And from the Lutheran church, I was not prepared to die. I was not prepared to die.
So based on that experience, you voluntarily joined the IMPFL?
I did not join, madam. I did not join. What I told you earlier was when I was asked to be with the women in the kitchen, and I was just there just like what anybody would do in the kitchen. I know I didn't belong there, but I was just trying to stay alive. Until this day, I think a day or two to August 24th, when a group of troops or so were going out to find that area, whatever. They couldn't drive while they were in this truck. They had this accident, and then another pickup going. They had this accident. From Dingsville area, the MPF had started attacking, and they just needed people to say, all the men should go. That was how come I saw myself in the middle of that. That was just how it happened.
Now after that, or before that time, can you tell us the kind of training you went through on the INPFL base?
No, ma'am, there was nothing really conventional. I mean, what it was, like I told you when I was in there, these guys would come and they always pick at me, what this guy doing here, he always with his women and stuff like that. And gradually they started introducing weaponry to me. So I was there for maybe I was there safely for a week or so when I was being introduced to this weaponry or whatever. And like I said, when I had first gone to this first semi-encounter or whatever, I mean, I was just lost in the process. I mean, it was a lot of noise, it was a lot of bang here and there. And when we came back, I didn't have to come back on Mr. Johnson's residence because they were there where I was actually at. I didn't have to come back, and so I had to stay with the guys in various houses that were considered to be the barracks or whatever. So that's how come weaponry came about.
So the training was less than 2 weeks?
Madam, I'm saying I wasn't trained as in training. I was just introduced to weaponry, and this is a AK, this is how you open it. So it was not like where you had this proper training. And if you were in my situation, you would really want to know weaponry as far as possible, because if that's what you had to survive by, then you had to know it at that time. So it was not like training as in training, where you put a group of people together, say you're going to train them or whatever. But then eventually, as you stay with it, you get to, how you call it, learn your weapons.
On the IMPFL base, were there civilians?
Madam, I think I said that earlier. That was my first time going to Calway. And if you drive from Monrovia to Calway, because since I left and I haven't been there, it's going to be like to your left. I'm told it was some old compound before. So they were like confined, in that area. And maybe there were other places around, but I didn't stay there this long to really, I was not really interested in knowing how the place looked, because once I had the opportunity, I knew I would leave to go because that wasn't what I was going in for. So I would have left once I had the opportunity, and immediately I had the opportunity, I left.
You were on the base when former President Dolo was killed, because you stayed on the base from August to October.
Well, on the base would mean that I was living in the area, but I was with the IMPFL when, the former President Dolo also died.
Can you tell us what happened to his body?
I have no idea. All I remember is that he got arrested and brought to Carway, and was just like we've gotten Dolo, but everybody have to go to put up defensive because chances are, other people will come. So basically, and again, if anybody was around the IMPFL establishment, if you were not supposed to be in the residency of the head of IMPFL, you can't be there. So if this is where you are, this is where you should be. So I was not, on that side to know all of the drama that unfolded.
There are information that at one point in time, because the former senior senator said he was embalmed for 25 years and later his body was burned, and other information are saying that his head was there. Did you hear this while you was there?
Madam, Madam Commissioner, what I would say to you is that sometimes you appear to be a part of something that you are not really a part of it. So that was not really a part of my my thought. All I was thinking about, and this is a fact that a lot of people didn't know, and I keep saying the good thing about it is that there are people in Liberia today whom all of them are not Liberians, but know the facts. From August, almost late August, September, October, less than 3 months, that was how long I was associated with that facility for. That is the fact. And why do I say it's the fact? Because it's all around. That's why I said for respect of those people who got no business being this, these are people that I can reference you to, that at this point in time, this person can tell you where I was and what I was doing, and whatever I was doing is open that, you could see. So I didn't go there trying to make it a profession or a career, to be there. And Madam Commissioner, like I said, I regret everything from the day I saw myself in whatever. I regret it, but all I can say is that I cannot turn back the hands of time. But this was not something that I had ever planned, to want to do. No.
Well, you kept saying that sometimes you find yourself in the position that you in something you actually don't want to be there, but based on your situation, you had choices.
Show me. Show me.
Then why you decided the other way?
No, I said show me. You said I had choices.
You had the financial standing,
No,
you
madam,
could leave this country at any point in time.
Madam, don't get it wrong. Let me just remind you. I was never a wealthy person.
Yes.
No, I'm coming to you. I was never a wealthy person, nor am I a wealthy person. What I explained to you exactly what I'd had. when a war is coming, it don't send you telephone and say, I'm coming, get ready for me. No. I remember when I left the house this day from the bypass, my JK compound, and went to the UN compound. That was the last I ever saw of my house. That was the last I ever saw of my house. So, I mean, I was like starting over, and when I found the opportunity to leave, that's why I left in October. Because, and the reason I left in October was because there was a third group, which happened to be ECOMOG. So, I mean, I felt, comfortable that, I could leave, and if I came to where ECOMOG was, I mean, I was protected. Basically, that's why I left, because that was not a place that I belonged at the time. So, in the situation with IMPFL, that's how come I left from there. If I was comfortable, I would have stayed with them. Like I remember when I was arrested in 2002, in fact 92, prior to Octopus, when other fighters were like going towards the MPFSI, I would have gone there. But I chose to leave the country. That's why I left the country.
I want to take you back to the 1996 April 6th street fight. Episcopal Church massacred.
Episcopal Church?
Yes.
Where?
On Johnson Street. On Johnson Street, there was a massacre there during the April 6th fight. Do you have any idea who was responsible and why?
Well, my dear, to be honest with you, and with all due respect to you, you say on Camp Johnson Road, right? If I ever cross Center Street to go on the other side, that means you took me there. Never. Never. I mean, everybody had I never went that area, so I wouldn't even know if anything. I'm just hearing by this one that there was a massacre at the Episcopal Church. It was almost like how the people of the Ulimo and NPF knew this area was a no-go area, and the people of Ulimo J also knew this area was a no-go area. So I don't know about that.
You serve as commander for INPFL and the government forces at one point in time.
No, with the INPFL, I was not really a commander, but with the government troop, yes, at one point in time I was a commander.
And then at that time, there was several battles. I want you to reflect on your control area, how the civilians were treated. By your boys or you?
How they were treated? Well, it's not like my control area. It would be like maybe my area of responsibility, if you choose to speak. Honestly, madam, it's not for me to say. But this much I can say, that I wouldn't want anybody inflicting pain on me. I wouldn't deliberately inflict pain on anybody. And I cannot deny that maybe in a process, people's paths may have crossed. And a long involvement with because I didn't really have a long involvement with the MPFL, contrary to what people think. I had a long involvement with the government of Liberia. When people cannot divulge maybe the MPFL from that of the government militia, so maybe they tend to say MPFL. So a lot of what I did with the government of Liberia in terms of being responsible in an area was around the Nimba area. I remember when it was said that I was commander, I don't know, in Saye-Taayor or I don't know. I wasn't commander in Saye-Taayor. I I was responsible for the whole area within NIMA at that point in time. So with regards to how I personally interacted with civilians, and with regards to how people that are associated with acted with civilians, Madam, if I have your permission, I will prefer were you to find out from those people there. I cannot sit and tell you that I was all this good or I was all, this way. But let me just clarify, Madam, that I don't deny that in the process there may have been one or two incidents, but there was never a systematic mistreatment of civilians that I would know of. So that would be my answer, Madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi.
How are you?
Thank you so much for coming
Thank you for having me.
and for sharing what little experience you have with the fighting forces and the government forces with us. My first question surrounds your scholarship that you were supposed to get. You said you were recommended,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then you came, and then it was not working.
Yeah.
My question is, why was it not working?
Well, if I have your permission, I would prefer that immediately after here, I will explain to you, as I don't intend to apportion blame to anybody. So if I have your permission, I can do that immediately from here.
Okay.
Do I?
Yeah, we
Okay,
can talk
thank
about
you.
that later. You said later on you met a superintendent from Nimba, Jackson Pay, who called a meeting, and then you were elected to be or appointed to be the, is it the leader?
Yeah, Jackson Pay is in Florida today, and if you would like to communicate with him, I can find some of his contacts. I can give you his number. He
Yeah, let me
came.
just finish with my question,
Okay.
and then you can go ahead. You said you were appointed as the Nimba Student Crisis
As the chairman of the NIMA
NIMA
Student
Student-
Crisis Management Committee.
Management Committee. What was the TOR of that position?
Well, the term of reference, like I said, was to ensure that students that came from NIMA, we were able to put them in an after-school program, because we didn't think this thing was going to be a protracted war as such.
Was there any time in your life, talking on an OTA today, that you made a concrete decision that in order to save your life, you will go and be, you said you didn't join, so I don't want to use the word join, but that you will be a part of a fighting force in order that you survive?
Well, ma'am, and I say to you, looking you straight in the face and on an oath, the only other time, and I say to you, I say this to you as a Catholic, the only other time that I had asked to go and be a part of anything was this last 2003 war. I was not asked about it. I asked for it. I said I wanted to go because this was in my home. I asked, Mr. Taylor did not push me into it, tell me to go to do it. It was my own decision that I was going to go there. If I was going to die, well, that was it, but that was my decision.
What was your attitude towards, or your feelings towards, what was happening to the people of Nimba County when Dolo was the president, and then even when the war came and things were happening to people from Nimba? What was your attitude at that time, or your feelings?
Well, to be honest with you, and again, I say to you this on an oath, and all along, I didn't really see myself as Nimbayan, as in the word Nimbayan. I always saw myself as a Liberian. It was so to the point because the way a lot of us, maybe including some of you here, children, are brought up, they brought up in a way that they don't really speak their local language. And you will be surprised to know that I started to speak improved manner at the University of Liberia, with the Nimba University Student Association. Because it got so funny when you had this, so I didn't even see this thing from the onset as a manner and crime thing. That never occurred to my mind until when it became so personal. So that I didn't have a special feeling because it was Nimba. Because Nimba has always been a pluralistic, community, and a lot of the people that came from out of there were not just Nimbayans that were coming from there. And even at the Lutheran Church, for example, while it is true that we had a good number of Nimba people there were several tribes, of people there. So it was considering all of what had happened, trying to retrospect all of what had happened. And when this incident happened, I knew for sure that a lure was going to Nimba. And my mom is still in Nimba, all this thing. And I said, well, I was going to go this time. And that's why I went.
How long after you left the barracks or decided to come across the bridge, how long was it before you were able to meet Prince Johnson to go to the base?
Well, it's like I started off today and I met him the same day. Sometime in August, for those who have a retentive memory, there was some kind of fragile, I don't know whether it was a ceasefire or whatever, but I think it was either between Mr. Johnson and Mr. Dolo. There was some quiet period that time. It was on one of those days that I just got up and said I was going to go. That's how I came. And because where I used to stay was on a bypass. I didn't know anybody across the bridge. All of my activities was on a bypass. So it was the same day that I met him. From there, like I said, I went to the U.S. Embassy and asked for a friend. And they said my friend wasn't here, he's traveled. So then I kept on moving until I met Mr. Johnson the same day.
Did you leave with the decision to go to meet him? Or was it by accident that you met him?
No. In fact, I didn't even know he would have been there. I had gone and, I never saw him in my life before. That was my first time, meeting him. And, I just had the courage that, since you say, basically I was trying to push further. I've passed where they used to call Jensen, that's what it was called. I've passed Jensen, I've gone further down, and there's nobody, that I know. So I was going in anticipation of meeting people that, I thought I would know. And then I just kept on going. They said, there's a commander, and I felt because he was from Nimba, well, let me just, go there. But I didn't get any special preference for, coming from Nimba. In fact, someone like, but where were you? And I'm like, well, I was here, so that's what it was.
At one point during your explanation, you said, and I quote, where I was not where I wanted to be. And so for that reason you left. My question is, at that particular point, where were you? And where did you want to be?
No, I was...
No, not when it comes to the place you were. Your statement was that where I was not where I wanted to be.
Yeah.
It was not at the situation, the place.
No, madam, what I'm saying...
I understood it.
No, this was what I was saying. If you had asked me 86, 87, or if you had come, meaning if you were like a associate to come and say, at this time you will be associated with a rebel group or military group, I would think you are crazy. Meaning that was not a part of one of those things that I thought about. And where I was, that I didn't want to be, was to be, how you call it, like on a military base or being a part of a military outfit or whatever. That's not where I wanted to be. That is far from where I wanted to be. Where I wanted to be was to be in a normal environment and live a normal life like anybody. And that's why when I had that opportunity, I left and came, because I didn't belong there. I didn't belong there as a soldier or as a gun-toting rebel or so.
You keep saying that you regret. You keep saying that you regret.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
My question is, what is it that you regret, your role or the fact that I walk into Liberia?
Madam, I regret everything.
What is it that you really regret?
I regret everything.
Even your role?
Including my very role. I mean, I regret, as we grew up, I mean, like, maybe you hear war in Sudan, like back in the days, and this was not one of those things we talk about. And, I mean, madam, just around where we are, and just go back to if we never had a war situation, there's nobody can convince me that we have been worse off. We have been better off. We have been better off. Look right across the road here. Look at the Central Bank building. I remember when this Pan-African Plaza came up, that was the best thing that ever happened to Monrovia. Then we saw the Central Bank coming. We saw the Housing Bank coming. EJ Road right here. The new Defense Ministry. The new LBS. All of those things were things that were taking us ahead. And with the coming of this war, everything just came to a standstill. If we ever recover, I don't even know. And to say I don't regret that, I mean, there may be something wrong with me. But so that's why I regret that and every other thing that was associated with, including my involvement with the war, because in the process, people got hurt along the way. And it's not a pleasant thing. War is not a pleasant thing. And I pray ever not to see this, while I'm alive. I pray ever not to see it.
Coming to your activities with the forces. Coming to your activities with the forces. Different forces, especially the government forces that you say you spend a longer time with. Where was your area of command?
Like I said, the protracted period that I spent with the government unit was in Nimba.
In Nimba. Where in Nimba?
Well, my responsibility covered, everywhere I heard there was trouble, more especially between Learn and Model, I will always go there. They had units there, but I will always go to try to beef them up or so. So there was already structure in a place.
So where in Nimba were loyal forces?
Lur was actually in about, maybe Lur was about, say, 5%, but maybe a little less than 5%, because what we have been trying to do with Lur was to see if we could hold them not to cross the bridge between Bong and Nimba County. And we kept on doing that for a long time, and when we were assured that there was some ceasefire and nobody was going to hit at somebody, the bridge is like this. So Lur was in the Bong County side and we were in the Nimba County side. And later on they crossed and came into the Nimba County side to this place called Sokopa. They came in there and maybe about a mile or two, that was how far we were able to keep there until we had the troops come in. It was Model who made a lot of gains in Nimba from the Tapetan end.
So were you also in charge of the areas that Model made a gain?
Yeah, I was also shuttling between where, like I said earlier, maybe like in the morning, I will concentrate on LER, and in the evening, because in terms of measuring the strength of the both groups, LER was much more powerful than that of Model, meaning that if we were not concentrating, for example, on LER, Model, could have been like pushed by real fast. So we didn't see them as a major threat as we saw LER. But that's not to say they were not a threat.
Can you speak to us on the structure of the NPFL, and also who are you taking direct orders from?
Yeah, Madam, to be quite honest with you, my own association with NPFL as in NPFL was not NPFL, it was NPFL and ULIMO. That was my own association with the both group. And like I told you earlier, the first person that I met at the time around the April 6th was Mr. Krumah, then I met Mr. Taylor. So I did not know the structure as it like that, because immediately after that other phase of the war, I left from here and I traveled. Then later on, I came back, then it was followed by the elections. So I was not MPFL as the MPFL. You say I met the both group together. I met the both group at the same time. When I got arrested on April 6th, it was the both group. It was not one group.
Okay, during your time with the government of Liberia, were you with the militia, or you were just a part of the army?
No, I was not a part of the army. Well, to choose the word rightly, I was mostly associated with the militia.
And what was the structure in there, and who did you take command from?
Okay, well, the role that I played with the GUL at the time, I was most time called on from time to time by Mr. Taylor and consulted on issues. Basically, that was what it was like. There's this thing happening in the front line. You can go and find and give me, a feel on what is happening there. Basically, that was what I was involved with most of the time.
So the command came directly from him to the militia?
Sorry?
The command came directly from Taylor to the militia?
If the command, what?
The command came directly from Taylor to the militia?
Yeah, I mean, he was the president of Liberia, and he was also the commander-in-chief of the army and the militia.
My last question is that with most of the questions that were asked, you referred to the fact that your name, people may have been mistaken because of your name. My question is, you talk about another S, Adolphus Dolo. Was he also fighting?
No.
Is he still alive today?
Yeah, he's alive.
Do you know where we can find him?
No, yeah, but like I said, he wasn't fighting. He worked with the Ministry of Education.
So he wasn't fighting?
No.
So I mean, was it possible that there was no way they could connect and they could have made some mistake?
No, madam.
Connecting that particular person's name
no, madam,
to your name?
The point I was actually driving at, the Commissioner Kafuma Kone had said earlier that, the Sheikh had said earlier that there was this testimony about Dolo. So I was actually referring to the last name Dolo, that there could have been several of those Dolo, and I just gave you an instance of where I was in school and somebody and I had the same name. So I never went to the MPFL side at the time to know even if he was associated with that, but I only knew him from the university. So I didn't know him to be a...
Thank you.
Witness, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Okay.
ma'am.
Let me thank you again for taking time off to come here to share with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Before I go into my questions, I would just like to just state briefly, based upon your own testimony here. You appear to be giving a very careful testimony, and I say that against the background that when you were asked questions by my colleague, you said you didn't want to name people, you didn't want to implicate people, and then also you haven't given any details per se or any significant details about exact incident. An example is the question Commissioner Suda asked about the body of President Saye-Taayor A, who was killed, and you were there at that time. You said you were there, but you gave explanation for that. But I would just like to appeal to you not to be intimidated by the process or by anything. We only seek to find out the truth and to know the truth, because our work is of such that everything surrounds the truth. If we don't really know the truth of what has happened, we cannot write an accurate account and leave an accurate history of what has really brought us to our knees as a nation. So I just want you to remember that. And then also, it's important in telling the truth, not only to tell other parts of it, but also for your own benefit, because whatever you say to us, or whatever you don't say to us, I can tell you the truth will definitely impact or influence on how we as a commission discuss and deliberate and draw conclusions on what our recommendations should be, including recommendations for reparation, for amnesty, and also for persecution. So you want to make sure that you present your side of it, the entire side of it, the truth, no matter how it may come across, so that at the end of the day you are processed fairly based upon full disclosure that we have or that you will give us. I just want you to remember that. And then also you mentioned on one or two occasions that you found yourself not by choice in certain environment and in certain company. You did not join any faction like willingly. Things happen, and those places were not places that you would want to be. Or should I say that I understand that point. Things happen and people found themselves in unfortunate circumstances. So let's not focus now. I'm just trying to lay the basis for where I will come from with my questions. I want you, when I question you, let's not focus on how you did not want to be there, how you found yourself not a voluntary participant. Let's focus on what really happened, because you were there. Whether you wanted to be there or not, unfortunately you were there. So please, let's focus on when you were there, what happened, what you saw, what you heard, what you knew, at least to help us with our work. So at the end of the day, we can produce at least an accurate account of what happens, that everybody will be pleased. In so doing, now I proceed with my questioning. If you answer this question before, I will ask the question is because of emphasis, it's because I really didn't think we got the kind of answer that I thought we should get. That is, if you answer the question before. You are referred to as General, or you were referred to as General Peanut Butter during the time of the fighting.
That's correct.
Are you the same person who they refer to as General Peanut Butter?
That's correct.
Okay. It has been rumored that the name Peanut Butter is associated with either rape of women, rapes that took place, or associated with how you saw the war, your own acts during the war. Can you please come in?
Yeah, Madam Commissioner, thank you. And let me just make it very clear to you. I don't feel intimidated, like you say, and everything I say here, I'm on an oath, and you can do whatever research, and what I say here is exactly what happened. And prior to you asking me a question, there were premises that you laid. So if my answering your question, like laying premises, is not that, I think my laying premises gave me enough freedom to like express myself the way I know it, and there is no way I'm going to baffle any of your questions or whatever. If you ask a question and I didn't understand it or not answer in a way that maybe you needed more clarification, just, ask me. So it's not like I am here because at the end of the day, it's going to be this, it's going to be this. Before I came in here, I know exactly what the term of reference of the TRC is. So I have not come to try to like give you a runaround, or so. So I just thought that, we have that clear. And to say that the code peanut butter is associated with all of this negativity you've said, I'm just hearing that from you. With all due respect to you, Madam Commissioner, what I've been following that has to do with me as it relates to people coming and maybe testifying before your commission, and I don't know about this one, but the simple reason why this name, this radio code, which is not actually my name, came about was what I said earlier when Dumuya decided that we gave you radio, there has to be a code, and what's your favorite food, so that's how it kind of came in. And to even want to imagine that this code is associated with, you said rape and what?
It's again, I will repeat that it's a rumor. Okay, and of course, rumors are not necessarily substantiated. So it is rumored that your name, General Peanut Butter, or your former name during the time of the war,
sorry,
was associated with.
That's why I keep saying that was not the name. It was just a code name.
Oh, it was a code.
Yeah.
Oh, so I shouldn't refer to it as a name. I should just refer to it as a code.
Well, I mean, if it makes you comfortable to say name, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but I just thought to tell you.
Okay, so your code, but code name or just code?
Well, either way is fine.
Okay.
I was just trying to, I thought you didn't get what I said earlier.
It has been rumored that during the time of the war, the fighting, your code was General Peanut Butter. And rumors surrounds that the name Peanut Butter was as a result of either rapes that took place or rapes that were supposed to take place, or something associated with the way the fighting went, the way you fought. I really don't know. That's why I'm asking the question. So can you please comment on it?
I mean, that was supposed to take place. I don't understand, but ma'am, the way I got this code, that's just how I put it to you. I didn't think I had any reason to, go to that extreme. And the last question was that if there was a war again, will I fight? That was the last question, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Madam, to be very...
God forbid there will not be a war again. The question is just hypothetical.
Well, you asked a question. Wasn't that a question?
No, you can answer the question, but...
No, I wouldn't. But I just want to make sure if that's what you said, because that was the beat of your question.
Yeah.
So if you didn't ask it, then I won't answer it. So did you ask it?
Yes, I asked the question.
Okay. So will you repeat the question, madam?
I asked the question, if the situation unfolded again, would you fight?
If the situation unfolded again?
Would you fight?
Let me make sure I understand your question. Based on all that I've explained, you are saying that if that same situation manifested itself, if I would do it any differently?
Yes.
I wouldn't.
You will fight again?
That's why I just wanted to make sure I understood what you said. What you're saying is that after all of what I've explained to you, my own experiences, if that same exact situation manifested itself where I was threatened, will I do exactly what I did?
If God forbid, if we had a war again, would you fight? That was my question.
No, madam, that's why you need to ask the question, because I will tell you for a fact, and it goes back to you. If you felt threatened and your life was threatened, you will do everything to defend your life. I think that's the first law of nature, self-perseverance. I mean, nobody in this room here will want to die. And if I ever felt threatened, I will do anything humanly possible to defend myself. If that's the question you ask.
Well, my question was a bit more direct. I was hoping you would give me a direct answer.
But madam, that's
If you
exactly
can.
what I'm doing. I mean, if you sat there and somebody came and choked you, I don't think you will sit there and have yourself choked. Like where I am now, for example, if you came and choked me, I will fight back.
Okay, then will I be interpreting you right if I say, based upon your comments here, that you will fight again if there was a war?
If there was a war, from where I am today, where I have options, except that maybe I can travel out of here, where I have options, I won't fight. But where I didn't have an option, where I felt directly threatened, where I felt my life is directly threatened, yep, I will defend myself.
Okay, thank you very much for answering the question. You also mentioned earlier, you tried to give us a picture of where you came from. You stated that you started off, even though from humble means, but at least you could afford your first car in 1985, you said. You were able to, you said you started off with humble means, but at least you could afford your first car in 1985.
In 83.
You're trying to give us a little background about yourself so that people understand you better.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it was against the question of, I think people wanted to know how you got your wealth or something like that.
No.
But you were trying to provide
No.
some
I
background.
was just introducing myself at the time
Okay.
and what I was involved with prior to where I found
Prior
myself.
to the war, so that people understand that you have always had the potential to do things for yourself. Okay, my
Well,
question.
not exactly do things for myself. I mean, I want to premise, right, that I was not born a warmonger or to be associated with war. I mean, I had a normal life like anybody else prior to this thing. That was the premise I was trying to lay.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm stating. My question here then is, again, I say again because rumors, I was not there. There have been rumors that when you have a lot of money and you acquire this money during the time of the war, that, for example, you loot at several places, areas that you control. And even during April 6, you were in the Monrovia, Central Monrovia area. You looted a couple of NGO offices, you looted a couple of homes. I mean, places where you could get some things, and you got a lot of money, and it is from that money that you've now set yourself up in business. But you laid a premise where you were someone who could always do things for yourself. That is, war didn't have to come for you to establish yourself. You had your business prior, you own your own car. The part B to that, my major question is that we know that during the war, it was difficult for everybody. Even people who were known to be people of means, were reduced to nothing. We saw people who were shaking kiss me from a swamp to eat. People ate Baba John, even though it's a very nice green. And people were just basically destitute. So even people who had money before, even people who had businesses, could not afford to bounce back after the war or immediately after the war like you did. And then with all of these rumors that you looted a lot of places and you got all this money, how did you acquire this money now to do all of the businesses you're doing? Please comment on the rumors. And then also, if I may ask, how much money do you have?
Madam, what I had said earlier was to tell you that I had never in the past survived by war, nor do I survive by war today, and will not survive by war tomorrow. That I have 2 legs, 2 arms, I cannot, I will not, and I had never ever survived by war. That was what I was saying earlier. And Madam, I have an account with Echo Bank of Liberia, and I have an account with IB Bank, and I also have an account with the LBDI Bank. I've held accounts with those banks for a good number of years, but prior to these banks coming in, I had some minimum account with FCIB Bank. We folded. I had some account with Meridian Bank. We folded, and I had an account with, there's a bank somewhere on the street. I don't know what is it called because it didn't do me good. I don't remember where you have the Liska place now, which folded. And Madam, you can visit all of these accounts, and I say publicly that your commission has my authorization to go and visit with all of these accounts. At no point have I been able, I mean these combined accounts, at no point in time have I been able to maintain a minimum balance of $12,000 at all of these joint accounts. Now, going back to what you alluded to when you said that everybody had this situation, how were you able to bounce back? Madam, when I had this job, for example, with the Liberian Electricity Corporation that I had told you about earlier if you wasn't here, and I said my gross monthly income was a little over, let's say my gross yearly income was a little over 200 some more thousand Liberian dollar and about 18 or so thousand United States dollar. That was a gross income, out of which I would pay all of my employees, pay all of my expenses, and what would come to me as a salary was a little different from what would come to me as, as an income, or a dividend. What would come to me will be different. So I had a job to do with the Liberian Electricity Corporation around 91 thereabout. There when I got employed with them to provide them some security. So if the source of my income is what you were asking for, that would have been my source of income at the time, and the records are there. Probably if you were not here earlier, I said that as I speak to you today, they are indebted to me at a little over 200 and some more thousand Liberian dollar and about a little over 17,000 United States dollars. So if you were going back to look at the exchange rate at the time, you will have an idea of what I'm talking about. And somewhere around 1997 or thereabout, I got a job to do with the Firestone Plantation Company. And there at that job, I was paid a gross of around $50,000 a month, and which when they started to reactivate their service, it went to about $25,000. So if you were not here, that is just to give you an idea of what I was talking about. So it didn't have to be loot, like you say, it's been rumors, or so. And these jobs that I had was not for 1 month, 2 months, it was for a year, or more. So that's what I said, and I say to you with a straight face that I didn't have to do bad to be at where I am. I just didn't have to do so. I mean, I have brains like any other person that will create job, and over the period from 1990 up to today, I have always provided jobs for people. There are very prominent young Liberians who have worked with me one way or another, and are where they are today. So I didn't have to survive by the spoils of war. And like I said earlier, yes, indeed, these things have happened. Perception come immediately after that. But affording me this opportunity to explain to you how I got from point A to point B and making these references to establishment that still exists today, you have a fairly good idea of where I came from and how I got to where I am. And just in case you were not here when I said it, I had a job with the Archdiocese of Monrovia to provide them security at all of their facilities. And that was another of my biggest contract, which paid me somewhere around $13,000 a month, over a period of several years. So for people to associate you with these things only because you were associated with a warring faction where you broke bank, you broke this and whatever, madam, this had never, ever been in my nature. I don't sit here to pretend to you as though I am a saint. I am not a saint. I've never thought I was a saint. And if I ever lie anywhere or to anybody for any reason, I believe in redemption. I mean, I have the time to say exactly what I did or what I know. So as it regards what is my warfare, so I don't have physical cash, as in physical cash or whatever, but like any other young person trying to come from point A to point A, I have businesses. And madam, I like to go further. Like I said earlier, I don't drink liquor, I don't smoke cigarette, I don't do drugs. I don't have any of these bad habits. My job that I do, like providing security services, these are contracts where I'm hired today, and if you feel comfortable, you want to work with me, I go for another job. So you can also help to tell me, I am a contractor that do work for people. If I have extra income and being the entrepreneur that I see myself as, is it not sensible to try to diversify to go into something else? So basically, Commissioner Washington worked for the TRC. Commissioner Verde worked for the TRC, and I don't mean no disrespect to you. The both of you earn income. You choose to drink yours, he choose to reinvest his. And somebody come and say, well, but Verde is wealthy, how did he do? It's only because, I expect all of us, all Liberians to know, we have this conspicuous consumption pattern where we tend to live above ourselves. And all of us are not really like that. I come from a very, very poor family. My father just had a house. My mom, a school teacher, that's all she did. She taught me my first kindergarten and brought me where I am. And I have a lot of responsibility to myself and to people that I associate with. So if I had the opportunity to have a good job today, knowing tomorrow I won't be there, I will reinvest. So, madam, I was never involved in the looting of NGOs, facilities, or so that maybe rumors, like you said, may have carried.
Okay, thank you very much. I will just close with a very brief comment against the background that you've mentioned twice that you don't drink, you don't smoke. You want us to understand the kind of person you are, which we really appreciate. But I don't drink, I don't smoke myself. But I would just like to state that I don't think there's anything wrong with people who drink and smoke, as long as people are responsible in their habits. So because you and I don't drink and smoke doesn't mean that we are better people or we are good people. I just wanted to throw that out.
And to that,
and thank you very much for answering the question.
I know, but to that I also would like to remind you, you sat where you are, and what you've brought out are rumors, rumors. Now, I emphasize I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, to tell you that it is also perceived by a group of us who feel we don't drink, that people who drink liquor or do drugs are sort of impaired. That was the point I was trying to make. So it didn't make you and myself better than the other people. But the same way you have this rumor, that's how rumor have it. Oh, that man's head is in the bottle. And when your head is in the bottle, it's like you don't think straight. So thank you.
Testing. Oh, thank you. We're ready today. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Witness, for joining us today. I would like to add to the questioning, but I will start off first by reading some statements. You are the first alleged perpetrator to face the commission, having been confronted with your alleged crimes 1 month prior to meeting us. I think it was a letter that was sent to you. Please realize that this process will cost the international community and Liberians over $6 to $8 million. To date, we have received over 16,000 statements from victims around the world. We have visited every county in Liberia and met with hundreds of victims who suffer from the Liberian tragedy. Currently, we are restructuring our inquiry unit to facilitate the final phase of our work prior to our detailed consultation on the way forward for Liberia. In this process, it is this process, not our personal choice or thinking, which defines the structure of those who will be classified as alleged perpetrators, or those who will bear the greater burden of responsibility of our national crisis. First of all, I am proud of you in the sense that on all of this foundation, you still chose to willingly come here and meet the TRC. That is something that is very special for you in history. But please realize that though we are not a court, if all perpetrators, alleged perpetrators, deny their involvement in atrocities recorded through our process, a process which is costing the people of the world $6 to $8 million, that we will have no recourse but to recommend the need for a special court in Liberia to deal with those who our records show bear the greater burden of responsibility, instead of going the way of reconciliation and finding peaceful solutions. Okay, on that foundation, now I'll start with my first question. First, I'm trying to understand your direct link to the various periods of investigation. We have about 4 investigative periods that we're looking at. One was from 1979 to 1985. Another was from 1985 to about 1991. A third was from 1991 to 1997. And a fourth was from 1997 to 2003. So let's start with the first one. First of all, could you help me by let me know when your birthday? When were you born, please?
March 21, 1963.
March
21,
1963. Okay. So from 1979 to 1985, were you in any way involved in any military action or atrocities in this country? Okay. So you're a peaceful Liberian citizen.
Yes,
all right. Then, from 1985 to 1991, you told us something about you sought refugee with INPFL camp after leaving the Lutheran Church, right?
Yes.
And that you were there when Doe died around October 1990. But do you deny any active involvement with Prince Johnson's forces in 1990, in the 1990 period?
Do I deny
first,
active involvement?
Yeah, in other words, were you just a refugee in the camp?
No, sir, I didn't say that, sir. I did not say that, sir.
Okay, that's why I want clarity.
No, sir. I say from time to time I was with the fighting forces from time to time. I said that, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Okay, then what did you do, for example, from October 1990 to 1992? Can you tell me about what was happening that time? Because you said in 1992
Operation Octopus or something like that, you went to America, right?
Yeah.
So what about from October 1990 to 1992?
So I said I came to Monrovia like it was around May or late October. That was when I came to Monrovia. That was when I came to town. And when I came to town, there is there's a Lebanese guy who provided me accommodation. And I said, if you allow me, after here, you want his name, sir, I can give you his name, not to bring him to this. I mean, I can tell you that. So he provided me this accommodation. But immediately when I came, I started to do trading, and I started this trading with the 72 Airborne Battalion. That was the last group, that was the last Nigerian contingent group that I was with, and I started trading with them in sneakers. I would buy sneakers from stores, because at the time, stores were not really opening up their door. They would sell to the side, so I would get sneakers and take it to them. So around the end of October, early November, the stores started to open. So when the stores started opening, they had a way of buying it whenever they had to come. So now they came in time and bought it. Then just about that time, the 123 battalion that was assigned somewhere around the Virginia area, they had a buffer with the MPFL, and when I would go to the buffer, it was almost like a buffer which almost became like a trading area also. So they would bring a charcoal into, and I thought that I could venture into charcoal. From there they would bring it, and I would take it and bring it to town, and sell it. So basically that was what I was doing around that time.
Then, 1990, right? November?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Until when? How long did you do like this?
There where I'm going to.
Okay.
So just about that time, there was some confidence building within the Monrovia area. So I got in contact with a guy called Butler. He used to work at the Ministry of Information. He had a building where now they have a fast food area. So I took that place from him. It used to be a club. I took in started a club there sometime in November of the same 1990. And just about that time when stores started to like open a little bit, there was a lot of looting around, and I got some ex-police officers together, and I started to do this private watch thing, which was turned into a security firm. So basically, sir, that's what I was doing in between that time from 1990 up towards 91. And it was somewhere around 91 when I got the contract to do with the Liberian Electric Company and the Catholic Archdiocese of Monrovia. That's when I started to spread and establish my clients. So between 91 and 92, that was what I was doing. And I hope you don't mind, because your question is like, I'm going back over what I said. So around 91, 92, that was when I got arrested somewhere on Carey Street, taken to the post target. The next day I was let out, and I left the country.
Okay. In 92, what month was that, please?
Just about the same time Octopus was just about to unfold.
April, March, May.
Octopus was, exactly that month I don't know, but like I said earlier, for example, the current Minister for Defense, who let me out, if he has a good memory, he would have an idea of what time. I think it was
okay. Thank you very much.
October. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we heard about October maybe.
Okay.
Okay, so basically you were then involved with Johnson's group, and while you were involved, you were doing this trading business, etc.?
No, sir. I have already left the base. I was in town. This guy gave me a place somewhere around Mama Point, and like I said,
your period of involvement was only that 2-3 month period.
Was over.
And then you never had any other relationship with Mr. Johnson again?
Never.
Okay.
Never.
That's the point I want to clarify. All right, then going now to the next phase, the 1991 to the 1997. So you left then around October 1992. You came back around April 1996.
Yeah.
And then you got arrested during the same time of what we call Operation Payday, the April
March,
incursion.
I think I came at around March, April, somewhere in between
March,
there.
okay.
I'm just saying between the March and April. That was when I came back.
Okay. And then from that time now you were sort of arrested and you saw this action going on.
So the thing is, then let me just remind you, and like I still said, you can ask the entire Monrovia. When I mean entire, there were other gas services, for example. My business was still working while I wasn't here. So it's not like because I wasn't here, so the business ceased.
Or you had representatives on the ground that were carrying out.
Yes, sir. It
your
was
business.
it was a structure.
Okay, so you were receiving profits and benefits abroad while you were out during that time?
Well, at that time it was like difficult to remit money out of here. There was still some fragility.
So they used to save it for you or what?
Well, basically what it was I had families here that maybe they had to, because just by that time it went kind of slow, but it was still there. In fact, the office that I occupy today is the same office that I occupy since 1990.
And where is that office, please?
It's on Gurley Street, between Kerry and Benson Street.
And what's the name of this company that you?
It's called North Star, Northstr.
M-R?
North.
M-O-R-T-H?
North Star.
Stock. Okay. General Import Exporting?
Where it's North Star Enterprise Incorporated.
And that was the same company that was controlling your security agency?
Yeah, our main line of business was the security.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then coming back to this April 6th event now, so how you explained to us that you started getting associated now with MPFL and ULIMBO just around that time.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so I'm sort of concerned about how long were you with them and what were your responsibilities during that association period?
Well, when I was with the both groups, my responsibility was to ensure that the enemy did not cross towards Center Street into the Mama Point area. That was my responsibility.
And what kind of title did they give you at that time?
I'm sorry?
What kind of title did they give you at that time? Buck Private, Master Sergeant? Or?
No, sir. If my memory serves me right, which I thought was the structure, we didn't really know one another. I was just like a target commander.
Okay, target?
Yeah, I mean, it was not a target, meaning like you have an area to operate in and you are responsible. Because I remember, basically, like you have this area and you are the lead person in this area, so I was like a target commander. This was the area. This was my area of responsibility. So I was in charge of this.
So how many men did you have under your control at that time?
Well, again, this was not like your conventional army, because the way we got there was that you had people from NPFL providing men, and you had people from ULIMBO providing men. So, I mean, it happened so sudden at the time that I can remember the number, because I remember initially when
approximately 100, 50, 10?
No, that would be maybe between 30, 35 initially. So when we got in the area, when the fighting started to get prolonged, then there was always additional reinforcement coming in. But like I said, this was not a conventional army like that, you know. So people would come and people would leave, but you were given a responsibility. You would have to make sure that there were some people there at the time.
Okay. Now, as with that kind of responsibility, you had weapons under your control, ammunition. You had other facilities like this.
Sorry, sir.
You had weapons, ammunition, etc., under your control for you and your men to carry out your responsibility.
Well, sir, Every man that came, they already came from a unit. They already had weapons with them when they came.
Oh, so it was like a joint unit from the Ulimbo fighters and the MPFL fighters coming with their already engaged arms to come together and form a new joint project, like.
Yes, sir. It was not like starting something anew. It was already an institution that was already there.
Okay, now another point you brought up during the same period that's very interesting to me is we were under the impression that Ulimbo sort of came up during this period to sort of resist the advances or the situations of the MPFL. They were given the previous title of being the intransigent group. But now you're telling me that this period, they were working as partners. So I would like to know who was the enemy now,
Well,
in that case.
that was, if you ask anybody who was living in Monrovia, they would tell you better, because that was what kind of like surprised me earlier when I said, when I was arrested in the Gardnersville area, it wasn't by MPFL, it wasn't by Ulimbo, it was by both groups.
Was it J and K issues at that time?
No, and I'm told that the whole thing about the April 16th started because Mr. Roosevelt Johnson was supposed to be arrested.
Okay,
so
like K.
So the both groups came together and had one common enemy, which was Mr. Roosevelt Johnson.
And during that time, it was probably the third LNT, was it the Liberian National Transitional Group? Under whose leadership was that again?
Well, I don't know, but I remember there was Taylor, there was Krumah,
Thank you.
I think the Bully, I don't know, there were several presidents.
Okay. Next, during the last phase now, from 1997 to 2003, you told us that you were called somehow by Mr. Taylor to assist in the military advance of the LERD and the Model, but especially with regard to protecting the situation in Nimba. Could you just clarify that? Is that the general feeling that I'm getting from what you said previously?
No, sir. What I said was when the LERD incursion kind of like really started getting there. Initially, I had come from the States one time when there was an incident in Vonjema. So he had asked me to go to find out exactly what was happening there. But instead, we didn't get to Vonjema. We got to Kulahum. And I was there for a couple of days, and I decided that I'd be brought back because where I was sent was Vonjema and not Kulahum. And then a little while after that, we went from the Bon County side, we went and we stopped as far as Tenebu, which was the airport area. So, and I came back and tried to give him the briefing what unfolded there at the time. And there were times that, I mean, like I said earlier, there were times that in going to do this verification, there will be fighting. I will also have to get involved with the fighting.
So officially, what was your position or title? Because that was a more legitimate government at that time, right? 1997 to 2003.
Yes, sir.
So you were in the military, the Liberian military, or what?
No, sir.
Special forces, or what?
No, sir. I had said earlier that I was invited and enlisted, how you call it, into the Special Security Service as a way of advising him on some security matters. That's what I thought I said.
Oh, so you were already a private type security man, you had your own business, and he just called you in based on your past experience to advise him, or what?
Well, sir, like I said earlier, which is just the fact.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, no problem. I don't have a problem with that. Once you are associated with a warring situation, whenever there is a situation on the ground, you will be called upon.
So meaning that previous association with Ulimbo, MPFL,
yes, sir,
during that 1996, gave you the credentials to be.
Well, sir, it's not a credential.
Well, I mean, it just gave you put you in that position to be called.
Well,
otherwise than that, you would have had no sort of.
Well, so what I would say to that is that honestly, my association with the two groups at the time made me sort of vulnerable.
But it also gave you the experience of to be called as somebody who could give advice.
Well, sir, if you choose that, your choice of words.
No, I'm just trying to say, because technically, if you take that part out of your life, you have no other military exposure except for your short 3 months with Prince Johnson.
Well, sir, exactly.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying that must have been the element in which he used for this 1997.
Well, sir, I would just think that when I was with Mr. Johnson for this time, and I came in time and I had this April 16, to deal with, and I was able to maintain that position. And when I left and when I came back, I felt that he thought that I could be, of some help to him.
Yeah, you're a good
That's
man.
what I think.
Trusted you. Okay, so then when he put you in this position now, were you given a responsibility? Were you head of something, or a part of a Marine group or anything, or you were just this freelance consultant or advisor?
No, sir. I mean, like I said, from time to time, he would call me and ask me to follow up on situations from time to time.
Okay.
But it was during 2003 that he didn't call me, that I asked that I wanted to go to Nimba because the commander who was responsible for Lufa had just died while the Lair was fighting for control of Banga, and headed towards Nimba. I chose that I wanted to go there, so it was not his invitation that I go there. So he accepted.
So that 2003, what month was that you sort of enlisted in that time, your services to protect the people of Nimba, or what?
Well, sir, if enlisting is it, then I said, but like I said, I decided that I had wanted to go. That was around February, late February, March. No, let's say around March, because Ganta actually fell March 29.
So you were part of the then military, the government military forces protecting Nimba during that attack?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to get a clear-cut reality or something.
No
Okay.
problem, sir.
So prior to that then, the 1997 to the 2003, that was just being called in for a special mission, go check this out, go do that, come back, tell me what you think, this kind of thing, right?
Yes, sir. But
only in 2003.
Sir, sorry, I still want you to understand that even if I went to, if I went in an area, for example, let's assume I came to, say, Vahum or so, to do investigation, and in the process, that area was attacked. I was also a part of the fighting force.
So did you have militia equipment, things on, you have gun protection, you were dressed and ready to get involved, or you were one of those plainclothes spies type things?
No, well, sir, I wasn't a spy, and I don't even think there's anything like that called protection or whatever.
It's military means you must have a gun, you must have something to protect
Well, yes,
yourself.
sir.
And non-military spy means you have a normal suit, but it's a hidden gun or whatever?
No, sir. When there was war, I would always get gun, to fight back.
Okay, so it means that from 1997 to 2003, you were off and on militarily engaged.
Yes, sir.
To protect this country. Okay, that's what I want to understand. Okay. Thank you. Now, with that kind of background, then I can start my questions now.
Yes, sir.
Please give me your response to the various allegations that were made against you by the TRC witnesses, as per the letter from the TRC dated to you August 8, 2008. You started off, there were 9 counts put there in front of you, but you started off by denying 2 of them, the ones that were in 1990, etc. But what about the other 7 that did talk about issues where you have already told us you were militarily engaged,
Yes,
like
sir.
in 1996 and in 2003, etc., etc. Do you at least agree, concur with those incidents, or are you also denying those?
Well, sir, I think I don't mind going over it. I think I almost address all of those counts, and for the purpose of where we are, if I need to go over it, I can go over it. I started off by the question that Shika from my corner had asked concerning the death of Stephen Daniels also, and I said I was never at that location because at night.
Well, let's deal with it one by the paper. You want us to deal with this?
That's what I'm trying to do. So, if I have your permission, can I have a copy of?
Oh, you didn't? Okay, I can get you a copy, I guess.
Yeah,
but
please.
do you mind if I just read them? Yeah, because I don't. This is my only copy. Okay, for example, the third one: ordered persons killed in Monrovia in 1996. Do you deny that you ordered anyone at all, no matter what circumstance, condition, to be killed 1996?
No,
at
sir.
any time? No, you deny that. Okay, good. Next, ordered the commission of arson and destruction of property in Monrovia 1996. Do you deny that at all, altogether?
Sir, I think I mentioned that that where I was on the Center Street area, Center Street towards Mamman Point, we didn't have any incident like that. And I still remember very well from a distance, those who were in Monrovia were somewhere like in central Monrovia area around the bypass area where the government troop did not, the ULIMO and NPF did not have access to. All of us saw this burning, and it did not happen in the area where we were at.
So you deny any involvement in that? Of any arson or destruction of public property or private property, anything?
Well,
1996.
Well, sir, then towards that, I still would like to clarify if in the process of like fighting or exchange of fire.
Yeah, see, anyway, correct.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If in the process of fighting, exchanging fire where you shoot and shells will go
Correct.
to hit buildings or so, then those happen. But you arson where you like go and just like set people's house or places ablaze, that did not happen.
No, it was in line of your work, of course. You were as a military.
No, but in line of my work don't mean like where you go to like, burn people places or so. That cannot be in line of my work. So I just thought to make sure if that's what you were saying.
It just says ordered the commission of arson and destruction of property in Monrovia, 1996. Now it means as a military person, you were in command of something and you made a command or decision that these things had to be done. Now you may justify it in any military way, but was there any destruction of property as a result of commands given? That's all.
Well, I will need to understand the question well, because
all right.
I will say to you again, it's true we were fighting in Monrovia, but we were fighting in Monrovia, but to say that, arson, if I understand your definition of arson, that would mean like burning of area. Is that your definition of arson?
Okay,
deliberate
setting somewhere on fire.
Deliberate burning of area, do you consider that?
You may have thought enemies were in there and you decided to give the order to burn it, but at the end, it was burnt.
Well, so what I'm saying, sir, that was not the case in the area where we were, and I still go back to you. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Personally carried out acts of torture, physical assault, and forcible displacement in Garnersville, 1996.
Well, sir, again, where I stayed...
Yes or no,
No. It's not just yes or no, I say yes or no. Where I stayed in Garnersville, I stayed in a man's house called Mr. Dayu. He used to have a block factory. His house is right in the road around the Garnersville area. And he's deceased, but his children are still there. When I left my house on April of that time, I did not go back to that house again. I became displaced myself somewhere on a what's the street called? Somewhere across the bridge, Jamaica Road area, and the person who provided me his place to stay is alive today, and if you like me to immediately after here, I can also reference you to that. So I was not even able to go back to where I was staying until after everything subsided. Then I had to relocate.
So then you deny that you were involved in anything in Garnersville, 1996. Thank you. Okay, also the killing of all residents in a town in Grand Jide County in 2003. as well as killing of any individuals seeking to flee across the border in Ivory Coast. You denied any involvement of that?
Well, sir, to that, what I would tell you, and I say to the Commission, to Liberians in the diaspora, and to those who are listening, sir, if truth is what people come here to say, if anybody, and if you can even ask, and even the people who fought for Model, I mean, they're all human beings like ourselves. If they ever came and told you that I ever went to Grand Leader, then I see myself guilty. I never, ever went to Grand Leader in the course of the 2003 war. And I want to go further, sir. Reason being simple. My first engagement with Model was immediately after the fall of Banga. After we had recaptured Ganta. That was after that. I was supposed to go to Tapeta, and I was called to come back to Monrovia. So that could not be possible because they had already taken Tapeta, and in order to go to Grand Leader, you will have to pass through Tapeta to go to Grand Leader. So this could never have been possible.
Okay.
And like I said earlier, just in case you were not listening, I have maybe documents that you might want to verify, telling you where I was from this point to that point. Meaning if there was war in Grand Leader, I could not have been it at all.
All right, thank you. The other two, you've already confessed to those, so it's not necessarily. The last one is committed aggregate assault by shooting someone in Monrovia in 2003. Do you remember shooting any innocent civilian at all in 2003? I'm not talking about the enemy now, because the enemy, naturally, that could happen.
Sir.
Okay, thank you.
It didn't happen.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to the next one. We have records to show that a lot of innocent people died during this civil conflict of this country. Somebody had to kill these people. And we realize that many of the leaders of the MPFL and other groups are sort of trying to tell us that they had no policy with regards to hurting innocent people. So my concern is, how did these innocent people just strangely die? If it wasn't the policy of the fighting groups that they were fighting according to international law, targeting only their enemies and protecting the innocent, then how did these innocent people just die like this? And was it just the resentment of private fighters doing their own thing, or private commanders seeking out personal revenge against people on their own on the side? Would you like to add anything to this discussion? I'll just leave it at that level as a question.
Well, sir, let me just say this for what I experienced myself. In the IMPFL, for my time with them, there was some discipline, and I don't at any point in time remember a soldier, full soldier of IMPFL, like shooting anybody. For the mere fact that, and I'm not saying that they didn't do it if they did, but because the reason is that the structure of the IMPFL was a little so unique that people were always held accountable for something. I mean, there was that difference. That was the difference that I saw in the IMPFL on one hand, and the MPFL and ULIMO from one hand. I gave an example, like if you was a Commander A and was sent to work with a Group B, for some time, maybe the Group B will work with you, and later on, if maybe somebody in the Group B will say, look, in fact, you are not my commander, I'm not going to work with you. But that was not the case in the IMPFL. There was some more discipline, in the IMPFL from, what I saw amongst the group. So, again, I've heard about this same massacre, like the Carter Camp and the Dupero thing, but at those times,
Hundreds of them, hundreds, all over the country.
yes, sir. Well, then at those times, in where I was, I didn't remember hearing those things. Even like in the case of Nimba, for example, where it was alleged that the AFL soldiers at the time may have committed some atrocities or so. I had no way of verifying that. In fact, we were in Monrovia when we heard that those things happened. But that those things ever happened, I cannot sit here and tell you that they actually happened. Those were the things that we all heard.
Thank you. So it seems these people who were strangely killing our innocent citizens were so smart that none of the leaders in these various fractional groups were watching or seeing anything, and the information was just hidden. So my next question then becomes...
I didn't hear that, sir.
No, I'm saying it's just strange. I mean, we see the dead bodies all over the place. We go to the sites, we see it happening, but yet we're not able to get any kind of, message from those who would be the leaders that could come and tell us something. But my next question is,
no, sir,
who do you think...
Before you end your statement, I just thought to come in. And I say to you quite frankly, and I'm saying, everything I'm saying to you on an oath.
No, I respect that.
Yeah, and take for example, every area had people responsible for those areas. Take for example, like some part of Lofa, for example, maybe we'll have a chief of staff, maybe like the Navy Division, another part might have another group, the Army Division. And so if they will come here and cannot explain anything, in their area, I will find that troubling, because, like, if you were listening, if you were not here at the time or so, I had remember an incident where civilians came out of a place in Lofa called Popala Home that I had sent to go to a VAR home, because the fighting was in the Popala Home area, and on my way back, the young man that was sent to bring in these people, the next day I met him. And when I met him, I had asked him, where are the people that you were, for example, supposed to come with? And he told me that, this commander said that these people, should stay with him. And I asked him, why you want these people to stay here? He said, because this is their home, for example. And I think we were about 5, plus the young man I met, we were like 6. So we walked through that. That I remember vividly. And when I came, I told Mr. Taylor exactly, what had happened. And I think he did what he had to do. So I don't think that other commanders who were in these areas who saw these things, I don't think they would come and not say that which they saw, and they know happened. I don't think, they will say so, because at the end of the day, all of what we come and say here, whether it's in denial or it's in saying the truth, this is something we'll have to confront ourselves with for as long as we live.
Correct.
So there's just no way that I will be a part of something. I'm not going to come here to shift blame and say, this person made me do this, that person made me do this. I made some bad choices in life, and those bad choices that I made in life, I will have to, live with it, for as long as I live. And I think I should, in my own situation, I should be very frank and bold enough to tell you exactly what I did. And I can only hope that all of what I tell you, you will believe me for what it's worth, and you can still do sufficient investigation. And if I have to be called again, I will be willing to come, to tell you exactly what I did. I have no reason why I should come to you and try to keep some back and, tell you what I know, don't say it.
No, thank you very much, because that was really my next question, because I'm concerned about who should be held responsible for the death of these innocent people. But you have alluded to a very interesting point, because there is a part of our work that's under the inquiry that we're now currently restructuring, where we have to deal with all of these military groups, knowing their high command, their structures, who was responsible for what area, at what time, and linking that with the overlay of these massacres that took place and the death of our people. And then these individuals now, once we know their names and addresses, will have to come forth and speak. And I know I'm grateful that you, being one of the first, will be able to stand up for that ideal and come help us with the information we need for that time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So next, have you personally ever experienced any major trauma or other psychological disturbance as a result of this conflict period?
Well, I think we live it, and if you begin to like reflect back on all of what we are trying to deal with it, that I would say, and it bothers you. Sometimes you have these bad reflections about what have happened, and sometimes you are driving and areas that you may have had, like for example, in my own case, just around Clay Street and around BDC Junction, for example, there were almost who have died. So every time I drive by, I kind of. So the answer would be yes.
Yes. Okay. I just wonder, have you had any spell of treatment for it, or you've just been sort of dealing with it personally?
Well, once in a while, seek counseling, with people, and
I understand. Okay, next, you stated that you did not see the Liberian Civil War from a tribalistic perspective, yet history has shown that the bulk of the fighters were from certain ethnic groups, like the Crown in the case of Doe's activity from 1985 to 1990, and the Nimbadians in the case of the MPFL from 1989 to 1997. Are we to assume, are you saying that this was just a naive heart of yours, that you were trying to see the nation from an innocent perspective? Or,
no,
and
sir.
if so, because I'm confused when you made that statement back there. It was sort of shocking to me. Because
sir,
we seem to see it clearly in the history that there was this sort of tuggle between ethnic groups in our conflict period.
Well, sir, I stand by everything I said, and the reason why I believe, I didn't see it that way, was like, in also the University of Liberian Student Union presidency that we had at the time, we had a mixture of people. I remember when this arrest happened at the Lutheran Church, there were people from Grand Jide, there were people from Bassa, there was people from, so even people who were from Grand Jide and saw that there was a problem within the status quo, they didn't say because I was from Grand Jide, so I was like, going to be on the one side. It didn't happen that way. I remember when we got arrested, it transcended political party issue, because I remember it was Sim and a soup that came together, and there was no Sim, there was no soup. So it really wasn't like that. And I'm afraid, and I stand to be corrected, that when we grew up, mostly like in Nimba, yes, we recognized there were Mandingo people. We recognized there were Gilpo, there was Mana people. But that division, as in division, I didn't see it like that. My father could go to another friend of his who was Mandingo. We coexisted. And to be very frank with you, when this thing started with Do and Kuonkpa, I still didn't see it as a tribal thing. When it really got to mean that a tribe was involved, that was when people of Nimba began to seek refuge in one community where, for example, you go there and it gets to be predominantly Nimba, and that really happened when these people were beheaded. Because I remember sometime,
Which people? Could you clarify that?
well, I didn't know who they were, but there were 3 persons who were beheaded. That was in the Daily Observer newspaper back
Oh,
then.
okay.
And it was alleged that these people were from Nimba. But by the beheaded head, I couldn't tell whether they came from Nimba or did not come from Nimba. So that's when I started to see a little personally, because I saw Kuangpa and Do as 2 friends, and whatever happened between them, I mean, I don't know, I just thought they would have taken it from that perspective, but then from where we came from to where we are now, I mean, it became a real trouble situation, and I don't know.
No, okay, I understand now. You just said that it did gradually dawn on you and you saw that reality. But
Yeah.
it's just that beginning. So at
Yeah,
that
but
point, I
by the same
understand.
token, it's still difficult. I know it's there, but this is something because, for example, you find people from Nimba, Managio who got children by people from Granjira. You got people from Granjira that got children from Nimba, and you got Mandingo that got children by Managio, and you have the same thing. So, I mean, I say to myself, is this really trouble? And I still keep asking myself whether this is trouble, because there's no way you, for example, marrying into my family and having a child, I will take that child as my child, but I would denounce the father as being my in-law. So I do agree. That's why I say that it is true that this water came. Was a lot of madness, yes. And that's just what I think, it is, because there are certain things that you just cannot change. I had a child, for example, by your daughter, or you had a child by my father, so I cannot change that fact. I mean, whether I like you or don't like you, we are family and will be family by virtue of the common denominator we may have, for example, in terms of the child. So
I understand. There's one thing we've been noticing as we've been traveling. We've been noticing that during the time of the conflict period, there were a lot of issues or situations where children, women were forcefully displaced from their original home and carried to the Nimbadian area.
Carried to?
And carried to the Nimba area for resettlement of some sort by outside of their own will through some military activity during this period of time. Have you, now standing in the position of a representative of this county, have you been confronted with any complaints or concerns from people with regards to this type of situation? And is there any action being taken to see how it can be remedied?
If I'm understanding you, where people were relocated against their will, for example, from Bong to Nimba, from Granjira to Nimba also?
Correct. Either
Well,
by forced labor, carrying arms or carrying goods for people, or some other way, forced white, what they call slave, forced sexual slavery, etc. This type of thing. And many of these women now have children, and these children and the women are there living in a strange environment that they didn't really want to live in, this type of situation.
Well, sir, what I can tell you for a fact is that the war got a lot of people displaced in different parts, and all along, Nimba had been a very rainbow kind of society, and like I said earlier in my testimony, that past leaders from Nimba and current leaders that are in Nimba will tell you and the commission here that I personally don't know Nimba like that. Didn't know Nimba like that. I can't say that now. Didn't know Nimba like that, like I know it now. The only part of Nimba that I really knew was Sanikwele. But having said that, we still do have a lot of people from different backgrounds, and maybe it will also interest you to know, and if you have the time, I would like for you to, maybe the commission, to go further to find out. Like, there's always been this problem in Ganta that you may have heard about, but you'll be also surprised to know that a lot of the properties that are in question, or that were in question, where people say, and that's the way it was said, that I said I didn't think that was okay, that the Mana people are against the Mandingo people, or the Mandingo people are against the Mana people. That had never been the case, and as I speak to you today, that is still not the case. What had happened there was that, for example, Dolo have a problem with Kafuma. Peter have a problem with Vakava. But that didn't mean that it was the whole Mana people who were against the Mandingo people. It was the whole Mandingo people that are against the Mana people. And just in case you didn't know this, most of those stores that you see operating in Ganta, like all of these things we started hearing from Tampas, they're not owned by Mana or Gio. The bulk of those stores are owned by people who are not Mana and Gio. And as I speak to you today, you can call anybody and try to find out, for example, who is operating this store, who is operating. Just name any popular place, for example, in Ganta that is owned by a Mandingo man, and I will tell you who is occupying that place, for example. So I don't deny that Mana and Gio are occupying some of those places. But the way it's been presented to Liberia is as though all of those who are there are Mana, which is not true. I mean, in some of those stores, you have Basa, you have Pele, who are in these places. So to say that Mana have something against Mandingo, or Mandingo have something against Mana, is not really the case in Nimba like that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. You've expressed your thoughts on that question. It's something that we are seriously concerned about, and we'll probably follow up with you later. Now, the next one is a delicate question, but again, I just wanted to throw it at you. You were able to cross the line between the MPFL, the IMPFL, and the MPP. Could you share with us the history of how and why this MPFL had to split into the INPFL, and why Taylor, unlike Johnson, focused on ruling with the gun instead of transforming his life and the nation by leaving the front line after Dole's death? Do you in any way believe Mr. Taylor was afraid of some ghosts around him from the past actions, so he saw himself necessarily having to perpetuate this armed and violent approach as compared to quickly reconciling with the past and dealing with a peaceful future? Would you like to comment on this issue? It's a very delicate point that we're all concerned about.
If I would give you, from where I sit now, hindsight, I will first of all start by saying that, and not only me, a lot of us in this room here, up to 1990, July, August, those of us who were in the Cinco area, who hadn't come in town, they know there was an IMPFL and there was an MPFL. Most of us in this room who were there, we didn't know that time. So as to why they broke away, I don't know, because I wasn't there. But you said about who said a gun that don't do what now?
Yeah, because after Dole was killed now, the mission of those two MPFLs were basically concluded. So why didn't we just see our nation going into a more peaceful approach? Why did Mr. Taylor now decide to go forward with the MPP government issue and this violence, etc.? You being somebody who transitioned through all of these groups.
You say NPP or NPFL?
Well, with MPFL, then after the election, it became a type of political party grouping now under a government, a legitimate government. But some of the methodologies and ideas were similar in that the leaders were still there carrying out these same type of actions against human rights laws.
That's what I say from where I sit and reflecting back on all of what unfolded before me. I would tell you, and I would tell you quite frankly that had, for example, IMPFL been a real big force, maybe it would have been different. That's because I got to know a fact that considering where they said it came from, fighting Dole on the one hand, fighting MPF on the one hand, they did like the bulk of the fighting, but they were not, in my view, a force that had enough men, to hold the ground. So probably the reason why they chose the path that they chose could have been because they didn't have enough men or enough military hardware. But then come to think
Interesting.
about it, I was in Monrovia when the interim government came. And from my vantage point, the relationship between the IMPFL and the interim government was not so cordial. So it would seem, in my view at that time, like the space was kind of too small for both people. Whatever they may have had in terms of discussion, how it went, I wouldn't know. But it would have been, in my view, a prudent thing that, like you rightly said, well, my mission was to do this, and that this is done, I'll back away. But that the both of them did not have that cordial relationship would tell me that if indeed the IMPFL was as big as the MPFL, probably, and I say probably, maybe the interim government would not have been able, to come because they were just in a low enclave, and because of the low enclave they were in, when I got with them, that's why they were so defensive. Their defense was most time, offense, because it was just in a small area, so that the gun that liberates should not rule. That could be a thought, but how that thought would have been translated into, and how it would have been manifested, would have been, in my view, from the relationship that would have existed with the interim, government, because now there was a civilian government. And I think maybe it's one of those things that I told that, take for example, I would say, well, my being there was because of this, that I wanted to be there. Now that I have a third option, so I sought the third option, that's how I would think. But as to why Mr. Taylor would choose to go the political route, the NPP or so, I don't think it was wrong to organize, for anybody for that matter, to organize a political party. What I think all Liberians were against was to, have fighting here and there. And I don't think Liberians would have had problems had all of us who felt we had something with the government had maybe organized ourselves, into a political party. So that would be my comment to your question, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next one is a follow-up to that. At any time during the 1998 to 2003, did the government of Liberia reach out to the rebels for a peaceful settlement of the matter, being that these were not foreign forces but our own citizens attacking their own mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters in protest to Taylor's rule? Did this action in any way touch any of you in power or in with those in power to stop the fighting? Why did it take so long from 1998 to 2003? Was it that your vision of patriotism didn't include the innocent suffering citizens of Liberia, or was most of the MPP leadership afraid of Taylor? I'm trying to understand something. That's why I've made it a long-ended question, but hoping that you can give me some substance.
Well, sir, I tell you it with no disrespect to Mr. Taylor and the rest of the Liberian people. During the elections of, I think, 87 or so, I voted for Mr. Taylor, but that didn't make me a partisan. The first party I've ever joined in my life was the Liberian Action Party. Yes, I sympathized with Mr. Taylor during the elections. I worked with Mr. Taylor, prior to during after the election. But as to whether Mr. Taylor reached out to the other Liberians who maybe felt disenchanted. Did he really do much? I can say yes. I cannot say that. But what I can say and what I knew was that when there was all of these, so many presidents, the interim presidency, after the elections, they all had people that were with them, like security and the rest of it. And this thing where you have a winner-take-all situation is not really a good thing. At some point in time, people need to take the moral high ground to reach to other people. I mean, there were a lot of these young fighters, both young and old, who felt a little displaced. Didn't feel, in as much as that alliance was there with the NPP, didn't feel so comfortable with the NPP because they didn't know them, like that. And there were times when the NPP would try to reach out to one or two, but they would just be one or two. There was no real program of real integration. And a lot of the reason also was that a lot of young people who fought, for example, just didn't know anything other than fighting. So it became a little difficult to maybe integrate them, into like real workforce. So what could have been done was either to like have a program that they could have been enrolled into. But whether they did, whether the NPP government at the time did a lot to reach out to them, that I can say. They did reach out to them. I think to some extent, they tried to reach out to them.
Okay, well, we didn't see much of that, but all we saw was the bloodshed and the pain. But anyway, I respect your comment. My next question again, please don't take it personal. Some of these questions, they would seem personal, but I've been put in a public position. So somehow
I would just want to ask you to please ask me anything you think personal. Anything you think personal.
I go ahead. How is it that a person with your military record against the human rights of our people could today find yourself representing the people of Nimba in the House? Could this be linked to the fact that the grassroots Nimbadians were made to be afraid of national reprisal for their possible involvement in the MPFL activity during 1989 to 1997? Or do you think it was based on their ignorance of your involvement in the past as when they went to the ballot boxes? Also, how do you feel being in such a position of trust for your people during this time of national reconciliation? What is your view as to how we should handle, we meaning the TRC, should handle the pain and grievances that ordinary Liberians have against the result of MPFL so-called senseless retaliation campaign against the elected leadership of this country, meaning the late Samuel Kanyando, especially the portion that extended beyond those deaths during those years from October 1990 to 1997, where thousands and thousands of people died, infrastructure was destroyed, all because of politics and power-hungry people fighting and killing our people. So that's a heavy question I wanted to just share with you. I think it's my duty just to ask that. I'm not making it a personal issue. But
no, yes, sir. Your question is quite in place. Let me start off by saying that the truth is, two wrong can never make a right. The fact that you hate me, done me, if I hate you in retaliation, that is right. And I think I believe, and I hope a lot of people believe in redemption. And as I grew older in life, it's also taught me that, which is a fact, that sometimes you lose your life in order to learn how to live your life. Meaning that with all of what we've gone through, or with all of what we've what we continue to go through. All of us have several sizes, and to every human being, there is a good side and there is a bad side. And again, that's why I regret this war, and I continue to regret it for as long as I live. That the people of Nimba, with a population of almost 500,000, would elect me to represent them, and in the views of other Liberians, that I am this person who was involved in a war, who brought suffering to people. It's hard in a third person's view to put it together. But Mr. Chairman, members of the TRC, and Liberians, what I can say to you is that bad things happen to people, and I never started my life to end up this way and to be here. And for whatever reason, the people of Nimba chose to elect me. To them, I am grateful, and I shall remain grateful for where I am now, representing the people of Nimba. Based on all of this information that were provided you from people who came and testified before you, this is how they saw me. And based upon what they told you, this is how you are beginning to evaluate me. But I am so sure that with all of those adjectives that have been employed to qualify me, in there are still some good. And it is that good that I hope I can find within myself to be able to make a contribution to my people from Nimba and the people from Liberia. And again, sir, I don't deny that while I was associated with this fighting force, I may have done those things that brought suffering to people. I'm not going to sit before you here and deny that. Even if I stand here and say, I don't remember doing this, the fact that somebody was sitting, not expecting me or the troops that I was with, getting close to there and shot a gun and they pee on themselves, that alone is suffering that I brought upon them. And we all make choices in life, and some good, some bad, and sometimes these choices tend to make us. But sir, don't forget the fact that, like any other human being, I wanted the best life had to offer. And the only way I could have been there was to go to school like I did, to try to be somebody. If somewhere along the line I fell short, which I also don't deny, and I am able, if I can, and I am able to right those wrongs that I may have done, I can only hope that I have the opportunity to see if I can right those wrongs that I may have done. But living in denial can never right those wrong that you do. You must first acknowledge what you did. And by the same token, because you want redemption, you don't come and say those things that you know within yourself you didn't do, it never happened. And that the people of Nimba elected me, sir, I am well schooled. I may have my shortcomings. I am well schooled. I was not just a student. I was not like among the bottom 5. I was somewhere in the middle. And my interaction with my colleagues prior to all of these things happening, meaning the war, I feel very, very capable, minus those adjectives that have been attributed to me, for the fact that I was associated with this warring faction. So don't make me incapable of representing the people of Nimba. And from whence we've come, sir, with all due respect to you and due respect to the listening public, if there's anything that I can do to protect the people of Nimba, the people of Liberia, that is within reach, I will do it. And in the process, war is not a good thing. It brings about destruction. And as to why Mr. Taylor brought war on an elected government like you alluded to, again, sir, too wrong don't make her right. The fact that Doe did it to Tolbert didn't mean Taylor should do it to Doe. And the fact that Taylor did it to Doe didn't mean Laird should do it to Taylor. But the reality is that these things happen. And I can only hope, which is a faint hope, that it didn't happen. But in reality, it happened. And why it happened, I won't know. Could it have been avoided? I guess it could. How? If from time past we've been able to be one another's brother's keeper, where it's not us and them, where it's all of us, where we try to bridge this divide, probably these things would not have happened. Where maybe I look at your misfit to be my misfit, and I look at your happiness to be my happiness, these things would not have happened. But there is no equal word. The word is not equal. There will always be category of people. There will be the very poor, there will be the poor, there will be the middle class, the upper middle class, and it will go on. So while all of these things happen, I can only wish they didn't happen. Do I sanction all of these things that happen? I don't. Will be my answer, sir. I hope I was able to.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Then I will ask you the next one. You have confessed that most of your involvement with the civil conflict was not voluntary, but linked to your being a type of victim of circumstance yourself. Is that correct, basically?
Well, sir, all of us were victims of circumstances.
Okay, yeah. While such a statement reflects poorly on your character regarding righteousness, because, for example, I Many people lived through the war and didn't have to take up guns at all, and God protected their lives, and they're still here with us. I can understand what you are saying, though. I'm not denying that. Yet history has recorded your actions as criminal against your fellow human beings. So, what do you have to say about that from your own heart?
Well, that history have recorded me as the adjective you just employed. What do I have to say about that? Sir, nobody will want to be referred to as such. Nobody will want to be referred to as such. And again, this is no excuse that because I had an incident at the UN compound at the Lutheran Church, therefore I should do this. That's no excuse. And Mr. Commissioner, I hope all of us here will realize that the heart is not so smart. And these things happen real fast, and by the time you think about it, it's done. But then having said that, it almost becomes like a quicksand. Once you jiggle, you're in it. It's like, but you said all of this. You left from here and you went to the States. You had an opportunity to stay. Why did you come back and when you could have stayed? Yes. It's all good that somebody can sit on the other side and give me all of these options without considering what my state of mind may have been at the time. I might have had a very poor judgment. I don't deny that. All of us cannot be lawyers and engineers. We all have these different things that we are involved with. And I made wrong choices. I stand by that. I made wrong decisions. And so, like I said, one of those things that I was really involved with, that nobody really had to ask me, that I volunteered to do, was to go to Nimba and be there for them at the time. And sir, if my doing so was wrong and is also labeled criminal, then sir, to that, I will also tell you that at any point in time, the people of Nimba feel threatened, I will always be there for them. I mean, that is nothing that for where I am, I will find easily to compromise. And if by protecting them will be considered criminal, then sir, to that I would differ. And to this, I can tell you because I know exactly how I got there. That's why I say I'm not here to apportion blame. Nobody told me to go there. Nobody told me to go and inspect this or whatever. And if I was involved in a sustained process during this whole episode, sir, and that's what I said, people are alive that you can reference. If I was involved in a sustained military process, that was the sustained military process that I was involved with. And how come maybe it could be like everybody, kind of like know me like that? Knowing somebody is completely different from seeing somebody. And I've been like in a team for a while, and that people won't know me like that. They will know me. And I won't stand before you here, sir, and tell you that the war that was in Nimba, I was not involved in it to the fullest. And in other parts of Liberia, it was an on and off situation where maybe I might go like for a couple of weeks or maybe a month and then come back and go ahead, do my regular business or so. I mean, it was like off and on. But with this one for Nimba, this last situation, there where I went and I stayed and until this hostility came to an end. And I regret everything. I regret everything. And I am sorry about everything. And I say this from the depth of my heart. If I had to do this all over again in a different way, yes, it's possible I could do it different. But finding myself in that same situation, sir, I wouldn't know how different to do it. Probably while leaving from the Lutri, from UC, from the Lebanese embassy coming towards town, probably if I had seen somebody along the road who said, look, my man, where you going? And I explained my situation, and they kind of like sympathized with my situation and took me away, said, look, come and let's be here, probably it would have been different. But I didn't have those options. And the only other option that was available to me was where I found myself. And it is for this that I continue and will continue to express sorrow and regret.
Thank you very much. Just the last question and I'm finished. You mentioned earlier about this security contract you had with Firestone for $50,000 plus monthly to secure their facility.
Like I said,
Could you just give me some clarity on that? What time frame, first of all, did that contract take place?
So it was sometime around 97.
1990.
I don't remember the exact time, but if I have to make references and the references are there to be made, I can try to figure that out.
So it was during the period of 1997 to 2003, that period?
No, sir. Around 97 to 98.
About a one-year agreement. Okay. And was there any particular threat that they felt, or it was just a normal type, general security, plant security type situation?
Well, sir, if my memory sets me right, I think prior to 92, that was something that I had wanted to, that was a job that I had wanted to apply for, because I remember back in the days, like they used to use like this Howard Security Service when they had their own outfit. They've been contracting security services over the year, and I think before I even got there, it was this group Exicon that used to be there, you know. So that was something that they had. That was an outfit that they had.
How many manpower did you have during that time? The size of your force, and was it a private force that you had trained, or were you just inheriting a company's force?
No, sir.
To manage?
It was private local people that were hired. I mean, normally the way we do our hiring, for example, if we had a job, for example, like in the Cinco area, we would try to recruit people from that area. So if it was in, say, Gatos, we would do the same. And I think it started from probably, and I'm not good with that number, these are things that can be found out. It started with probably, I think, like 150 men, and then we started to draw down it because they've always maintained their own private security, and sometimes will outsource some of their work, just like they do with their tappers. They have those tappers that they employ, and then they have other tappers that are contracted.
And during that time, were you clear in the type of people you were hiring? Could some of those people have been ex-combatants themselves during the military period?
Yes, sir.
And yet they were doing this kind of public security force. And they had guns and arms?
No, sir.
It was just a regular uniform with flashlights?
Flashlight and batons. Yeah. Your question was if some of them could have been ex-fighters, that's what you said?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I understand you answered that. But you said they had no arms?
No, sir.
Okay. So you were working in conjunction with the other security, like the police force at that time?
Yes, sir. I mean, that is standard procedure.
Okay.
Not just with the police, but also with the Firestone security, because they've always maintained a low security outfit.
Okay. Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dolo, for
Thank
your
you.
patience in answering the questions. I actually have one last question.
Please.
I thought I'd finished, but I just thought that maybe you will help me answering this question. My question is, looking at everything that have happened in this country, and in our desire to ensure that these things shouldn't happen again, do you think that people who committed war crime against the Liberian people should hold public office?
The question is if people who perpetrate crimes against humanity should hold public office. Well, again, if it is proven that they did it and the law requires that they shouldn't, then I think they shouldn't. But going back to perpetrate atrocities against people, like you say, it's kind of vague. My definition of vague is that you see, like my definition of casualty, for example, is not only the dead; it's you and myself. Well, we are all casualty. And having said that, take for example, here I was in this embassy, have not come out for several, maybe a week or two. And there's a radio station there that is playing real, regular music and sending requests. He didn't really take guns to do it, but that deception was enough to make me to even imagine that side was better than this side. And that's how coming fast. Some people started to come from one area to another area and then got themselves in a situation that they didn't find themselves in. And like I say, I didn't remember a lot of what happened in the 80s or so. But all of us Liberians, or most of us Liberians that are here today, cannot or could not be or cannot or would not be spared, because there were people, for example, who, taking advantage of the illiteracy rate, came and said they've come to like conscientize people, for example, and people were so blinded to whatever they were saying that, yeah, they think this guy is saying the right thing. And their action, their utterances, made people do those things that they never even thought about doing. There was, for example, maybe journalists who just were doing their own job, but just dissecting or just the commentary that they wrote, for example, made people to do stuff. So I don't know whether their contribution in a process of writing these stories or in a process of coming to try to conscientize people, I don't know whether that will also fall under your definition of atrocity. Or are we saying the victims are just the dead? For example, I don't know if that's what we say. So if there is a law that says that people who may have committed atrocities against the Liberian people in a clear, defined term that they should face X, Y, Z, if that's the law and that's what it says, then, so be it. But you would just have to elaborate on your definition. There were a lot of people that didn't even think about this, but it's only because, take for example, like during these elections, for example, where, and this election would be like maybe the third election that I've witnessed, but this was one of a lot of self-expression, where people went here and there, where somebody came and said, well, vote for me, I will give you this, or I will do this. And you go and you voted for the person, and that person come and don't deliver. Have they not deceived those people, for example? So all I'm saying is that to a large extent, Madam Commissioner, to a large extent, a lot of wrong have been done. And if the question was, how you think we can right this wrong, I really wouldn't know where to start from. But I will say to you, in short, that if there was a law that says that, not even public office, there was a law that said when it's proven that this person did this, they should be incarcerated. If that's the law, then that will be the law, and that's what we will have to go by, except that it has to be clearly defined.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From our end, we want to also say thanks for coming and making the submissions you've made to the Commission. But now, I shouldn't have any question to ask, but the few that I have are premised on the profile you have given us. And please correct me if I'm wrong in trying to put in context what has been communicated to us, that here is this innocent victim of a bloody situation at the Lutheran Church who survived and is involuntarily involved with 1, 2, or 3 warring factions. And through that process and up to now, he carried no specific rank. He had no commanding officer. And even if he commanded others, by now he doesn't remember who he commanded or anything of the kind. And extending it further, he knows the leaders of these factions, Noah Bodolo, Prince Johnson, R.G. Kroman, Mr. Taylor, and that's where it stops. And in the conduct of his activities, no direct violations were committed, no atrocities. If they were committed indirectly, so be it. And he regrets very much the very idea of a war and perhaps his role played during the process. But yet, if he is to do it again, he will do it. Is this a concrete representation of what you've intended to communicate to the Commission today?
No, sir. I think, let me just make it clear, sir, that I don't remember who I commanded. No, sir. I did not say that. I did not say it. I don't remember who I commanded. I was not asked as to who you commanded. No. What I said earlier, sir, was that in a couple of these organizations, there were already structures. That's what I said. There were already structures in place. And to tell you, for example, that I went to Nimba, that I can speak of a lot of time because there where I was, I don't know who I commanded, would not be true. I mean, I met people on the ground, and I cannot sit and tell you that I don't know who were on the ground. There might be some situation that I can remember, and like after my hearing, I'm sure you're going to go to the drawing board and begin to follow up on my own story. So I can remember a situation in like, say, 3 months as well as I will remember a situation that took almost a year, or more. And that when I went to, like he said, there might be another hearing or so about trying to find out who was where. So if I was asked, for example, when you went, because I can't just go in isolation. If I went, there was somebody there that I went to. So if the question was, if you went, who did you meet? Yes, I met people, and I cannot tell you that I forgot everybody I met. No, that's not what I'm saying. So I remember people that I commanded, some of them. I might not remember them 100%, but assuming I came to the TRC, there are members of TRC, but there is a head of TRC. So the fact that I remember, I know the head of the TRC, I would say, well, I know the people of TRC. So I don't want to give you the impression that I don't know who I commanded. This is in no way my words. I remember in a very good, vivid way some of the people that I encountered in the process. So I'm not saying that I don't remember that. This innocent victim also. Sir, I wouldn't want to be perceived by you or your commission as an innocent victim. Why I don't deny that I was a victim, it's easy for me to come before you and give you my story, and I don't make it to sound like I am an innocent victim or whatever. But I would prefer, based on what I've said, if there are additional questions that I need to answer, that you go into it and check it, and you should make the decision whether what I've told you is true, whether I put myself in it pretending as though I was a victim, or whether because of the incident at the Lutheran church, I went about to take vengeance, against, other people. And it would be so wrong for me to sit before you and keep making myself the victim, as though there were not other victims, that was there. So that this innocent victim regret this, whether I was a victim or a perpetrator, as I've been alluded to, I would still regret it. So everybody had a moment. Maybe one time you were a victim and another time you were a victimizer. All of these things are there for you to find out. So that's not the impression I want to give you. And that if he is to do it again, he will go and do it. I would prefer that be clarified. And what I said earlier, and I still want to say to you, sir, it was difficult to see the other side of the coin. And I said in the process, I made choices, good or bad choices. I made choices. And my choice, in my thought at the time, was a good choice. And from another person's perspective, it was not a good choice. Because the truth is that the people of Nimba, for example, could come and say all of the pleasant things about me. That don't make me good. Because maybe in the eyes of maybe people in Monrovia, Lofa, or where I may have been, maybe they saw me from a different perspective. So I think it's only fair to see things from other people's perspective so that you can be able to appreciate the bigger picture. And I said further that the heart is not so smart. Had it been so smart, I would have either been in a position to make maybe a more logical decision. But Chairman Verde and members of the committee, why I said earlier that I did not see this thing from a tribal dimension, this was how it went. And that I came from Nimba was not something that I chose, or that somebody else of Mandingo was not something that they chose. It just happened that they were Mandingo, or they were from Nimba, or they were Mana, or they were Gio. And that I found myself in a life and death situation. I am not sure if anybody who finds themselves in a life and death situation, which was the exact situation that I found myself in, will say that they will choose death. I don't think so. But then unfortunately, it could also be said, yes, you thought to stay alive. But in your quest to try to stay alive, there were others who also did not stay alive. How do you reconcile that? And it is all of these things that culminate together to bring about this regret. But it's not like where I'm sitting now with options available to me at where I am now. Options available to me that you said, Zach, tomorrow I will say, Jiba, no, I wouldn't. So that's not what I'm saying. And that's not the impression that I want to leave you with, sir. And again, you have to remember this war is almost 20 years now. The level at which I have matured over the period cannot be the same thing. And I didn't have that wide horizon that there was this, there was that. You managed to get to Kawe. How come you did not extend to go to a Fender? How come you did not go until you got to Nimba when other people could do it? Again, these were choices that maybe these were alternatives that I could have thought about. But was I able to think about it this way that time? I'm not sure. Considering the friction between the IMPFL and the MPFL, would I have been able to convince the other people on the other side that indeed this is my situation, this is where I am from, as opposed to if I was able to go by way of Congotown towards the MPFL, and where they would now say, well, you pass through Prince Joseph Man, Prince Joseph Man. I don't know. I don't know. And thinking about all of these things, yes, I could have maybe done it a different way. But as at the time, that was the only way I thought I could have, stay alive.
All things considered, what you have said, questions we have asked, can you suggest that your association with IMPFL, ULIMO, MPFL were ones of self-defense?
Sorry, sir?
All things considered,
Yeah.
questions asked, your responses, and on reflection, can you say your association with these factions was one of self-defense?
That my association with all of these factions holding all things that I've said could be one of the reasons why I didn't get that part of the...
Did you do it out of self-defense? There's a premise, that's why I said all things considered,
Yeah.
in response to a question from coming up. Yeah.
Well, sir, if I was to give you a very frank and honest answer, did I do it in self-defense? It's not fair to say, but why only I have to do it in self-defense? Why other people could not do it in self-defense? Why am I using self-defense as a pretext, for what I did? So that could be my definition. But I would prefer where you went beyond and try to, because you and I, or the commissioner, we are no relations. This is what I say. And to do these things and say, well, I will go and pity myself is this way, is wrong. Because this is so serious. That's why maybe people come and maybe they don't seem to see the seriousness. And everybody say, well, I did it in self-defense. I did it in self-defense. Are you the only person that could defend yourself? How about those defense people who couldn't defend themselves? And I can just say to you that the whole thing is so wrong that it's wrong to even try to bring up a defense for yourself that I did this because of this. I mean, it was so wrong that it happened. And by me telling you I did, or the commission I did in self-defense, is not justifiable. Because yes, I was able to defend myself, but there were several people who could not defend themselves. So who speaks for them, or who say what for them? But this thing is just so regrettable that, and if there was another adjective to implore beyond that, you will say it, but to say all of this was in self-defense, yes, it was in self-defense, but is that enough? That in the process of defending yourself, you cause other people harm? So that would be my response, to that. Everybody have a justification for what they do, but I don't know whether it's really justified what people do and what they say.
Thank you very much. Are you aware that fighters, all of the factions, at one point in time or another use pseudonyms as a way of identifying themselves and shielding their true identities?
Oh, well, I give an example. When I got this radio code of peanut butter, all everybody knew of me was peanut butter. And the intention was not to hide my identity.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. You say all fighters, and I'm not excluded, sir. I'm not excluded. But having said that, I would think that shame also had a lot to do with it. Nobody wants to be known as being associated with fighting, or so, or whatever. It's a wrong thing. So they might maybe want to do it in disguise or so, but it's a wrong thing. And it happened. There were a lot of pseudonyms, like you say, and maybe like some journalists might say, well, this is my pen name or whatever. I am aware that a lot happened, and I'm no exception, sir.
So in the course of the conflict, was there any other peanut butter or Adolphus Dolo you heard of or knew of associated with any of the factions, or who fought at any point in time?
No, sir. The only Adolphus Dolo that I knew and who was associated with the war that I knew would be me. If there was any other, I wouldn't know, but I knew about myself.
Can you now tell us some of those who you commanded during the activities of these forces, or who commanded you at any point in time, those that you fought along with, some of those you remember?
Some of those who I commanded, or some of those who I got instruction from, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. When I got seriously involved with the operations of Nimba, the chairman, because all of these were like divided into divisions and some subunits. The chairperson of the fighting force was the Ministry of Defense, and under that same Ministry of Defense, you also had the chairman of those Joint Chief of Staff outside of the regular army arrangement, in the presence of Mr. Benjamin Yitten. So the Ministry of Defense, I think the Defense Minister at the time was the Minister Chair, Daniel Chair also, and they also had some responsibility towards the militia at the time. So basically this was like the structure.
Benjamin Yitten, Daniel Chair, were you aware of Roland Duo?
Yeah, he was a divisional commander.
Caesar Maza?
Yeah, I encountered him whether he was a commander like that, what I do know is that he was an aide to Benjamin, Mr. Benjamin Yetan, and he would sometimes go to like represent him, in some areas, like you had bodyguards, and sometimes you send them to go to like represent you in that area.
Tage Wanti?
I'm sorry?
Tage Wanti?
Yeah, I knew him as one of the. He was an ambassador to Guinea, but as at the time of the war in Nimba, I did not know him to be commander like that. And let me just take, for example, like when we got to Nimba, I was immediately when I got hit, I came back to Monrovia, and after like 4 or so weeks, I went back to Nimba. There was like two fronts. I was like towards the Monrovia side, and then there was another group towards the Saclay side, and there was another group towards the San Nicolas side. So I could not go there because Ganta was in between. So it was after Ganta was captured that everybody began to pull back. I was left in Nimba, but I know that he was one of the ambassadors. He's been one of the original people with the MPFL.
I want to ask a general question relating to all of these factions, whether the MPFL, the IMPFL, were you at any time aware that these factions, during the time you affiliated with them, were you at any time aware that these factions, during the time you were associated with them, committed atrocities, violations of human rights against civilians who were just civilians, either they were targeted because of their tribe or
Yeah.
What are you aware of? Can you tell us?
Well, when you say aware, like I gave you this vivid one that I really remember about this Popular Home incident where you had all of these civilians.
Popular Home, that's Ilofa?
Yes, sir. Where you had all of these civilians come in, and what you had there was groundnut, you gave it, you offer them in, and you send them to the rear. And they are supposed to be going to Vahum, and they come and sleep, and the next day you come there, and these people who were supposed to be in Vahum, are not there. And then here's this commander who says that, I said these people, should be here. And then you go and don't see those people. I mean, those were,
and we heard
this was, in my definition, atrocities. And immediately at that, when it happened, because once those people should have been in Vahum, the fact that they were not in Vahum, and I did not see them. But let me say, just granted that maybe you said they were incarcerated, and I still did not see them. I came to report the findings as I saw it. So they should not have been where they were. They should have been in Vahum.
And this is our information that up to about 500 citizens were involved in that particular incident?
No. The number will be far lower than that. I wasn't checking figures, but they would be maybe in the high 40s. So.
The high 4s?
Sorry?
You said the high 400s?
In the high 40s.
The high 40s. What's about Maher Bridge?
Where?
Maher Bridge, Bombay County, during the operations against Lurd. You don't remember? And I want to take this time to ask you about several prominent incidents that happened, just to benefit from your recollection. Toki, for example, Samuel Toki, any information to the best we have collected, Benjamin Yetin is linked directly to that. Any information?
Well, if I really try to remember, and probably if you can maybe try to come up with a month, I would think I was out of Liberia when that incident occurred, and I was told that either him and his family were headed to Nimba, and I think they were arrested somewhere in Nimba County or so. That is what that's what I think I remember. I was told.
Also about John, Yomi, and V.
Yeah, the situation with John, Yomi, and V, it was kind of very fluid in that I was in Nimba when all of these things were unfolding, and from what I do know, I think either Mr. Taylor had traveled out of Liberia, and John Yomi, along with Moses Blah and Vay, got arrested for whatever reason I did not know. But I remember I had come to Monrovia. This now is after the Nimba incident. I had come to Monrovia and I had gone to former President Blah's residence, and then I was expressing to him my frustration as to why we were not cared for as though, we didn't exist. That was when he began to explain to me how he got arrested along with John Yomi and Vay, and that he was freed and they have not seen John Yomi and Vay. So I'm like, that you were arrested? I mean, all of us have phones that we communicate. How is it you will be arrested and nobody, would tell me? And he said, well, maybe because you're on the line, so they didn't want to, and it didn't, add up to me. It was in the presence of him, and other people. Then the question was, why were you arrested? He said that they said he was in contact to try to overthrow the government or whatever. And I still found difficulty in trying to comprehend how, because he was supposed to be the ringleader, so to speak. So if he was spared, then I would think automatically those who were associated with him, if they were, would be spared. But unfortunately, that was not the case. I'm told that these people were driven to Nimba or somewhere in the highway, somewhere there, and they got killed. That is to the best of my knowledge.
You were with the IMPFL between August and October.
Yeah.
During that time, several things happened, and one of which is the operation of the IMPFL in Bong Mines. Were you?
No, in fact, when I met the IMPFL, they've already left Bong Mines. They didn't know. They were already now in Monrovia. They didn't go to Bong Mines again.
Okay. What can you say of the IMPFL leader at the time? What kind of man was he during those very difficult times when the former president was captured? Witnesses' recollection of it speaks to indiscriminate killing of anybody with the slightest suspicion of either being a spy, a mandingo, a crime, or a former government official, and that the fighters were looting at will, and that he killed a number of them also. What sort of man did you observe he was? How would you describe him today?
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, when I encountered him the first time, he was a nice person when I encountered him the first time, but when we got to the base and, he left me, the way he left me. And then after that, everybody was, just scared once they hear, he was, around. And then I also began to develop, that fear. And basically, I always try to keep my distance.
So everybody,
that's why I even said earlier that there was a low discipline. His style of discipline was a little different in that assuming you were maybe a target commander or whatever and somebody committed some crime or whatever, you could not by yourself take any action. You had to report it, and if actions had to be taken, it would have to be he who would make the decision also. So you didn't have commanders really doing stuff on their own or by themselves like that.
do you happen to know any of the fighters? By the way, I asked, maybe we can go back there too, if you can name some of those fighters who were with you. One of such fighters being Swat Deble. I don't know if you remember the name. But before this commission, he made very wild claims that in the 2000 war, he refused to fight and he retreated to Nimba County.
I refused to do what?
He refused to fight. He was tired.
In 2000 what?
2002. And
2002?
2002. 2000, the 2000 conflict, lured.
The 2003 conflict. Okay, 2002. I just want to make sure I understood what you said.
Yeah, the lured conflict started around 99.
So sorry, you have to be a low.
The lured conflict started around 99, 98, and then 2000. But during that time, he decided he wouldn't fight any longer, and he went to Nimba. And when you got there, you didn't find him, but you took it on his family. Maybe this isn't relevant once you don't remember who he was.
That I took it on his family? Meaning what?
Meaning that you harassed his family, his fiancée was killed. I think he lost 2 of his children. But once you don't remember him, it's okay.
No. So what I can tell you for a fact is that I really don't need to see the person you're talking about. So it's meaning that, so maybe you don't think of some reprisal or whatever, if that's what you thought. But I would just say to you, sir, you can go to whatever town or village he comes from, and you ask the people in that town, if what he say ever happened, I don't seek any mercy for anybody if it ever happened. And so I would say this to you. People who are prominent people, both Liberians and non-Liberians who reside in Nimba and the rest of it, they can never tell you that at any point in time, prior to 2003, they've seen me in Nimba with a pen knife, let alone a pistol. So I'm saying I don't even need to see him, sir. I would prefer for you to ask him like where in Nimba he's talking about and where this incident happened. If you went there and they communicated to you that this thing happened and everything I told you here is not true. I mean, in 2002, there was no problem in Nimba like that of this lure thing. That's why you said 2002. There was no problem in Nimba like that anybody will leave to go to Nimba, and then you follow him as though he was the only person, that had to fight. So I will appreciate, if you, try to, find him by your own term and say, where were you when this incident happened? You go in the community and ask them.
Okay, thank you. Just to go back, I asked you to name some of those who were either part of your unit or something like that, and you've given the names of type of officials. I want regular men, foot soldiers, NM5.
like when I went to Ganta, there was like a military commander there that I can picture, and if you allow me to, give me like a day or so, I can write his name and bring it to you. But he was a regular military personnel, and I heard about him, but I was not able to see him until almost like after the war, because from what it was that the militia would not, respect him as a regular army personnel, and he was kind of scared. And the rumor out of was that he helped to sell Ganta also. I mean, how he was sold Ganta, I don't know. So he was one of those commanders that were on the ground. And when Ganta fell, it hit all of us from Nimba. So I remember Benjamin Yita himself was in Nimba, and he was on the Saye-Taayor side, and almost all of the quote-unquote special forces also who came from Nimba, who were like very inactive, were also became a part of the effort. But like I say, if you allow me to begin to rethink, I can get names of some of them, to you later if you don't mind.
Definitely. It's okay. Once you don't remember now, it's okay. Honorable Adolphus Dolo, we want to thank you very much for coming and taking all of this time up with us to share and make your contribution to our process for reconciliation and sustainable peace. Your testimony has just ended. Before you leave, is there a final thing you would like to say to the Commission, to the people of Liberia?
Well, Mr. Chairman and members of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I want to thank you for having me. My being here had afforded me the time to get a lot of things that was on my chest out, which makes me feel a little, lighter. And if there's anything that I could not come to terms with now, or could not remember, I can also just hope that you can also allow me to, at a later date, to come and give you more information, so that it's not like I'm leaving something behind or whatever. Probably after bringing all of these things out, maybe it will help me, to again reflect better to the audience here, to Liberians who are listening to radio, and non-Liberians who are also listening to the radio. I again want to tell them that I regret this entire incident where I was involved with, and my action or inaction that may have brought harm or suffering to people that I never got to know or never knew. I regret the incident, and I am really very sorry, for choices that I may have made, in the process. And I want to thank you for having me, and if need be that you would like to send for me, meaning if there was some new development that you wanted to talk to me about, I will be willing to avail myself to you and your commission. So I'd like to say thank you very much for having me again.
Thank you very much. And We take note of what you have said. I'm confident that this may not be our last interaction. Thank you very much, and you may leave.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Mr. Hearing Officer, we will resume tomorrow morning at 10 in the morning, 10 a.m.